web y redes sociales
Broadcasted through the official INE web page and social media. Please keep your cell phones on mute. We shall begin with our event. Thank you very much.
Ok, ¿estamos listos? Ok, vamos con conteo. Vamos en 5, 4, 3, 2.
The National Electoral Institute welcomes you to the second day of the Summit for Electoral Democracy. We thank those of you who are here in person and those who are following us through our broadcast. At this time, we shall begin with our conference, Electoral Integrity Before Misinformation, and we thank the presence and participation of the head of the National Coordination of Social Communications of INE, Ivan Flores, who will moderate this session. Thank you very much. Please be welcome to the day number 2 of the Summit of Electoral Democracy. So we have this conference with Alberto Fernández Gibaja, who's joining us, and Eduardo Núñez Vargas. Eduardo had some issues with his connection. We hope he'll meet us. I'm being told that he's already here. Thank you very much, and please be welcome, Eduardo. So let me introduce our speakers. Alberto Fernández is head of the Digitalization and Democracy Program for IDEA Internacional. He has a master's in international affairs from the Uppsala University in Sweden. He's been head of governance for the mission of the United Nations in East Timor and the Club of Madrid, the Sierra Leone Red Cross, and the Regional Center of Jordan for the Prevention of Conflicts. He participates as in different media, talking about topics related to technology, policies, political parties, and the regulation of political campaigns in the digital environment. Thank you very much, Alberto. It is a pleasure to welcome you today. Our second speaker is Mr. Eduardo Núñez Vargas. He's joining us remotely. He's director of the Democrat National Institute and IND in Guatemala. He has a postgraduate degree in project administration in Costa Rica. He has been director of different projects for technical electoral assistance for the Inter-American Institute of Human Rights and CAPEL. He's been a consultant for the United Nations Program for Development at the Inter-American Development Bank and the Organization of American States, among others. Please be welcome, Eduardo. So, to begin with our conference, let me just say a few words. Electoral integrity is about free, fair, authentic elections. To have free elections, you need quality information. A free vote is an informed vote. A vote or a citizen who has no information at the ballot is probably not exercising his right to vote under the best conditions. So to discuss electoral integrity and disinformation, I will give the floor to Alberto Fernández Gibaja. Alberto, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking you for the introduction, and I want to thank INE for the invitation and IDEA Internacional. I want to thank all the speakers who were here yesterday for making my presentation today especially difficult. And I say so because yesterday they spoke in detail about misinformation, how it works, how it affects electoral processes, the type of misinformation there is out there. So now I have a challenge. Yesterday, I was looking at my presentation and trying to find something new to contribute to this discussion. So I'll try this in 3 ways. One, I'll raise some polemics. Yesterday, we all agreed with what was said, but today I try to raise some polemics, not just for goodness sake, but just to pose a few questions to challenge some of our preconceived ideas. And I'll try to bring to the table some topics I believe are important, but to which we don't usually pay attention, and I will propose some actions to face the challenges. But most importantly, I'll try to make my presentation work. Okay, so I'm going to talk about challenge 5 established ideas. I'll talk about 5 topics that I have not talked much about and myths. Let's begin with 5 myths about misinformation. The first one, 5 myths. 1, the issue is the falsity of the content. I always say we should not use the term misinformation. We are obsessed with content veracity, with proving if the content is perfectly truthful. If the candidate said that unemployment is 3.3, is it 3.3 or is it 3.5? We believe that if people had access to truthful information, the whole issue would be solved, but it's not so. That's why I like to always start by talking about informational pollution or informational disorder. Okay, I knew there would be issues with the presentation, but let's talk about informational disorder. This is the idea that what you are trying to do is not to mislead people on some concrete aspect, but undermining trust in the system. And that wasn't me, by the way. So what they are trying to do is to create a situation where people stop trusting the system because they don't understand the system. There's so much information, they are unable to understand what's going on. So it's not an issue of falsity, but an issue of pollution, of disorder. And this is a very important idea, and this is a mistake we usually make. So the presentation is not working. My second myth is about fact-checking. Fact-checking doesn't work. It doesn't mean that it never works. Sometimes it's useful. There are some cases where fact-checking has helped people, but fact-checking is usually counterproductive. And let's go back to the idea I mentioned before. It is not about the matter of falsity or veracity of a statement or information, because what they are trying to do is to create informational pollution. So with fact-checking, we are increasing the pollution. We are creating more noise, adding noise to this disorder. So the issue is not the falsity of the content, but the narrative. Narratives and contents management in the informational space to to plant the seed of doubt and create confusion and undermining trust in the system, in the electoral system, in every aspect of the electoral system. This is a clear example saying, oh, just talk about me, even if they are saying bad things about me, just let them, I want them to talk about me. That's what I mean by informational pollution. Let's see if it works now. But well, a third aspect is content moderation. Content moderation at a large scale is impossible. Maybe one day we'll have the technology to do it, but as of today, it is not possible. Content moderation will always lead to frustration among a group of the population, either by being invasive or permissive, but we will always want people against it. Content moderation taken to the extreme of the system or the user, it's unfair. You cannot ask the user to moderate their own content. And it is also a numerical issue. If content moderation works 99%, that 1% of false positives or false negatives means millions and millions of photographs or videos of tweets, etc. So it's useless. The 0.1% is too much, so it is impossible to moderate content at a large scale. We believe also that misinformation is a digital phenomenon associated to social media, which is probably not true. This information is effective when it goes on TV or radio. So in the United States, the largest vector for misinformation is Fox News. And that's it. It's not an anonymous Twitter account. It's a TV anchor using the narrative to bring it to the population by giving it the legitimacy of TV. And the last and the most controversial of all, I am not misinformed. We all think we are not misinformed. You say, no, come on. The thing is that they don't understand. People don't understand. So how can they believe this? I don't believe this, of course. But we are all misinformed, and we are misinformed because, as I said, it is not a matter of data. It is not a matter of saying, no, but I can go and find the correct information and I will not be misled. No, remember I said this is about pollution of the informational system, and you cannot live in a polluted city without being affected by pollution. And it's the same, you cannot live in an informational system without being affected by that informational pollution. And it is key for electoral authorities to understand you cannot pretend to believe people are not misinformed or that it is possible to clean up that information. Now, I would like to talk about the 5 aspects that don't receive the attention they require. Number 1, we don't know enough about misinformation. We don't know enough about informational pollution because we don't have data, because platforms are not opening the data up to us. Meta will not open the data. Now they are beginning to do so in the European Union because they are forced by law. But we don't know how information goes viral, what are the key steps, how it can be effectively stopped. And we don't know it because large technological companies will not open up their data. And as long as they don't, we will never know. Another aspect that requires more attention, and I am really obsessed by it, and it's a psychological aspect, and it's a demand. We want misinformation. We look for misinformation. We consume misinformation, and that is for 3 reasons. 1, it helps us make sense of the world. And in the electoral field, it helps us make sense of elections. It's complex, and who better than electoral bodies to understand the complexities of an election? Misinformation facilitates our understanding. It makes the system less complex. It makes it more simple. It helps us understand something that is complex and gives us control. We are consuming information that gives us control of what is going on. When the candidate loses, we lose control. We don't understand it. How did my candidate lose? My whole Facebook group is all for him. All the tweets that I read are supporting him. How did he lose? How could he? Because it's giving us control, making us think that we're in control of the situation and we're not crazy. And you start saying, no, this is conspiracy against the candidate. They don't want my candidate, and whatever reason there is. But most importantly, it creates a community. It's not you alone. There are more people like you who don't understand it, who think it's too complex, who have no control, and they start creating a community. I remember not long ago, I was listening to this interview. It was a New York Times journalist interviewing a person who believed the conspiracy, the QAnon conspiracy. You remember the I there's something absolutely crazy going on in the United States, and this person worked in finances in Wall Street. He had attended Harvard. He was part of the intellectual elite of the country. So when they realized Trump was not going to be re-elected president, this person said she was mostly affected because she had lost a community, the community of people who thought like her. And this is something we are not, it's not receiving the importance it is due when we are trying to fight misinformation. Next aspect, financial incentives. You can become rich with misinformation. Not so easy, but not so difficult either. The system is incredibly complex. We are facing, on the one hand, legislations that don't control digital expense. According to information in IDE Internacional, 7% of the countries only have some kind of legislation controlling digital expenses of the parties. Countries that have that control are usually weak. They don't analyze it in depth. And those that don't have the legislation are out of date or are using legislations that are very old from before digital campaigns appeared. And there's lots of people who receive an economic benefit from misinformation. They ride the misinformation waves and they support the misinformation narratives, not because they believe in them, because they're not really believing, but they know that this creates engagement for your YouTube channel, your Twitch or Instagram account, which translates into money, into benefits. And there's a huge industry of people living off it. Or you cannot separate misinformation from cybersecurity. They are linked. Any cybersecurity attack against electoral body is accompanied by misinformation narratives. It never happens independently one of the other. It may seem they are, but they are not really. So what do they want to do? They want to delegitimize the electoral testament. They want to delegitimize the electoral democracy. They are trying to undermine trust in the system, and that's why they always go hand in hand. The attacks during the 2016 elections in the United States, those were cybersecurity, and it is no coincidence they happened along with a misinformation campaign orchestrated. Well, we don't know very well who was orchestrating that campaign and who was benefiting from it, but it was no coincidence to have a misinformation campaign at the same time of the cyber attacks. They were hand in hand trying to create doubt about the results. They didn't, because the candidate they were supporting won at the end. And finally, another aspect that requires more attention is global regulation, because its effect is more serious than we think, because it affects how to fight misinformation and our capacities. Like demand, like data on this misinformation, financial incentives, etc. And we have a clear example, the Digital Service Act that was just passed in the European Union, that will have an significant impact on the legislations in the rest of the world, whether you like it or not, because there are many countries who are already looking into some aspects they can copy, and many platforms now have to give in and start publishing data, give access to investigators, make human rights audits. to their moderation activities and many other aspects that are now incorporated into this legislation and that will begin affecting many countries. But more than that, we are in the middle of multilateral negotiations on cyber crimes. Things are not going very well, but this can have a negative impact in the fight against misinformation for countries that are now steering into authoritarianism. And this region has some of them, but we must not lose sight of global regulations and how regulations can affect the capacity of electoral bodies to fight misinformation. It seems that a negotiation in Geneva about cyber crime is really far from what an electoral body can do, but the truth is they are very close. And finally, I would like to talk about 5 proposals, 5 things that we can do. Things that we could do. By themselves, they are not going to solve the issue, but they can help improve the situation. During the pandemic, we talked a lot about cheese. For example, the Gruyere that is full of holes. So you can cut many slices of cheese and you can have many slices, but then the virus can go through one hole and then it will have to find another hole and another and another and another, and it finally will go through. And it's the same here. So one of my proposals is the electoral algorithm. We know how algorithms work in social media. They are looking for engagement. They want you to spend as much time as possible in the net, in the media, and they'll give you as much as you want to stay in, because the more you are in there, you're engaging, the more data you are leaving behind that they will then be used to show you advertising. So the algorithm wants you to be there. The algorithm wants you to stay for hours scrolling down Instagram and reading all the Facebook posts, etc. And this cannot be done by presenting you boring news about the negotiations of industrial policies in Austria, but with polarization, with misinformation, with things that appeal to your soul, that affect you psychologically. This is a huge debate talking whether this is ethical or not. We understand that this is not ethical during elections, and it cannot work that way because, as Rafael was saying, we cannot have free elections if we don't have access to free, truthful information. So I propose to create an electoral algorithm that during electoral period, large platforms should implement the electoral algorithm for political and social content, an algorithm that doesn't have engagement as an objective, that doesn't try to keep you in the platform for as long as possible to leave data, but to inform you, to give truthfulness. To for the truthfulness from the electoral body information, to look into videos, photographs, etc. The community considers not harmful for informational matters that give truthful information. So during elections, we can keep watching kitten videos being used to sell us tennis shoes, but when deciding our political position, we are not affected by the economic model of social media. I know it is ambitious, and large tech companies will never agree with it, but we can create enough pressure. Number 2, a regional agreement for digital political financing. One of the big issues today is that the best way of hiding illegitimate electoral funding is by using them online and paying advertising, paying influencers to campaign, and so on. So let's foster a regional agreement, ideally a mandatory one, a binding one that will go to the vulnerabilities. At a regional level, tech companies will have to listen, because if they lose the market of a small country, not much of an issue, but losing the regional market from Canada to Tierra del Fuego is something no tech company wants. So let's foster a regional agreement for digital political financing to close as many vulnerabilities as possible. It is not easy. I'm not saying that we can cover everything, but there's a lot we can. We've spent 50 years trying to regulate money in politics, and once things were almost clear, digital campaigns arrived, knocking everything down. A third proposal related to the first one, an automatic switch against virality. The idea is that when political content becomes viral, especially regarding the electoral process, and most especially, and I'm contradicting myself, but especially if fact checking has been done and it has been proven that there are doubts regarding the veracity, there should be an automatic switch that cuts virality, preventing this information from being algorithmically expanded. When we see something is going viral and can affect the understanding of the population about the elections, stop it. And this has already been introduced. This is nothing new. Tech companies have already introduced it. 4, bring electoral organizations to global processes. Many negotiations are happening at the international level that will affect the capacity of electoral bodies to fight in the fight against misinformation. So I believe that the electoral bodies should be present at these negotiations with voice and vote. And there are many, like Internet Governance Forum, the negotiations of the Global Digital Compact at the United Nations, and they will arrive at the USIS IS-20, an agreement of the information society or how information is being managed at the global level. And electoral bodies should be present, and they should be those and giving a unified voice to those with democratic principles, give them a unified voice to protect their function. And finally, inviting electoral bodies to be the leaders of a comprehensive societal perspective against misinformation. A single electoral body cannot do anything. It needs a society. And many of these things go hand in hand with electoral bodies, and many things have to be done along with the judiciary, along with the educational system. Many of the necessary capacities, like the capacity to fight cybercrime, are not found in electoral bodies, but in others. And for example, Canada's example is very good. How the fight against misinformation led by Elections Canada, which is a Canadian electoral body, it's the same. It has been developed in the rest of the society. So I invite electoral bodies to be the leaders of this comprehensive perspective of society against misinformation. And one last thing, I know I've already run over time, but I always mention this allegory. Whenever we think about misinformation, and you will remember this due to the pandemic, think of misinformation as a virus. A virus cannot be eliminated. When the virus is there, it cannot be eliminated. It is important to know the virus. We have to study its genome, how it works, etc. But once we know the virus, we have to immunize society, and that is our work now. We already know the virus. We have seen it. We have photographs. We have all the information. Now we have to work on immunity, and immunity is democratic resilience, electoral resilience, and that's what we have to do now to protect society against this virus. It is a huge challenge, but I believe this is what we have to do now, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alberto, for your participation. Personally, and I guess to our dear audience, has been very interesting. The truth is that, well, personally speaking, I have even more questions, but we will have the chance to talk about this in a second participation. Now I give the floor to Eduardo Núñez in order for his presentation. Please, Eduardo. Thank you so much for the opportunity of sharing with you. It is a real pity not to be there with you. And I'd like to share some reflections, some thoughts according to what previously was mentioned, trying to add up some analytical situations in order for us to go on with our collective intelligence exercise, not only to understand this phenomena or the relationship between electoral integrity and disinformation, or when all this contamination or pollution in communication is happening. Therefore, we could open a debate on how we manage a phenomenon of this kind. So I am going to share my screen with you. They say that those who speak virtually have certain advantage because we have more control on the machine, on the computer. I'm sure, please let me know if you can watch my presentation. Okay. Basically, I'd like to talk to you about two topics. One is to identify some elements that are relative between the electoral integrity and misinformation. Let me move this. Secondly, I'd like to analyze the new critical notes of that relationship regarding the debate that is taking place, and that we should go deeper in the months to come. So let's go straight to the point. One of the key elements is to understand what are the main vectors to explain the relationship between electoral integrity and the concepts that I am not going to repeat myself, because previously they have mentioned this broadly, and the different ways to understand and to try to delimit this information. And I'd like to highlight some areas which I consider are key factors to understand. And this is that this relationship between disinformation and electoral integrity is there due to a very relevant situation in a macro situation coming from the evolution of information technology and communication that is taking place not only in the institutional side, but also in the way of the way that politics is being exercised. I'd like to say that there are plenty of changes, but basically here we're talking about a phenomena that is including a change in the electoral arena, in media, in the electoral competence, and in every single media that is used to do so. In the existence of the states as institutional devices, and when democracy emerged, and in this third democratizing wave that started last year, part of that time, this electoral arena in which this fight was taking place, this debate was taking place in order for contenders to be elected, was delimited in their territory. The territory was the place where this fight was taking place in electoral terms. That is why the fundamental media, in order to win those elections, was mainly the organization itself and mobility. That is why the predominant party was the one with the capacity to organize itself in those territories, having the capacity to organize the electoral area and the electoral base. So the main media, just to call it like this, for the political action was the organization itself. And the main instrument used was speech. It was the political message. Some of the duration of political leadership was centered and located in one fact, the fact that they control the information that they will share in a centralized way. That is why the most visible example of the old politics, just to call it like that, or the old way of making politics work, were the political meetings that represented the leader, the president, or the candidate for the presidency to go, to move to a certain territory. And the party organized and mobilized all those people and the places they wanted to reach and to win in order to get people's preference. And in that place, people obviously would be listening the message of the candidate, the speech. So it is the expression by excellence of the way politics used to work. In a long extent, this impact of the information politics has had such an impact because speech is still important. But let's say that this is an increasingly important transition, obviously depending on the country that we will be analyzing. The new arena of politics is not only territory, but it is that symbolic space that we can call the public opinion. This is the communication space. That mean by excellence is not the organization, it is the political communication. And the old political speech now is synthesized and summarized and substituted by images or video or pictures or images. This is to say, in the new dynamic, we went from being organized by politics to what it is really the politics itself. This is giving us another context where we are living a very passionate phenomena that has effects on the economy and finance, on communication, obviously on politics. And there is this global phenomena of not having this intermediate anymore. This is going to power and to manage the public side. And then here we're talking about this intermediate part. And here, the idea is to go to the growing marginality of some ways of this classical part. And the bank branches are substituted by the virtual branches. Those rooms are substituted, or halls are substituted by Zoom. I don't have to go to a country to obtain an international title. I can do things from my computer and my own mobile or my own cellular. So the way that we buy, it is not only to go to a supermarket, physically speaking, but I can do it in a virtual way. And then if I can even get products at home. In countries, not even a person is involved in this type of service. It is a machine. And in politics, it's happening exactly the same. In politics lost this centralization. And this was lost as long as it also lost the capacity to control information and to control the type of message that we wanted to deploy when we wanted to have certain influence when having the structure of electoral preferences, as well as in the way that later citizens, male, female citizens, perceive facts and they feel satisfied or unsatisfied with the nature, the scope, and the results of my management. And this intermediation is hitting the pillars of the political representation as the way it was understood in the original design of the democratic political systems. And to understand this, it is necessary, it is essential, because it seems to be that it is not going to be a reversible phenomena. It doesn't seem to be that it's going to be a reversible trend, but this is going to become a growing trend, or that is going to be a predominant trend. This change in the arena, in media, and the political instruments are giving some challenges to those contenders, to those parties, independent candidates for in those parties who allowed this to happen, or in any other political situation. But also here we are talking about important challenges facing the management of those different phenomena that are revolving around the influence of communication on the electoral processes. And this goes straight to some of the things that we are looking at, which is the main feature of these processes. For example, the relationship between disinformation or communication flows, or communication pollution, or the saturation in communication as well. We can express this in many ways, but this increasingly polarization, effective polarization, or emotional polarization, which is the characteristic of this recent electoral situation. The way we generate, the way we administrate phenomena like things going viral, the way we manage impact of information or disinformation on the way the political motivation is being affected. On the other hand, the economic motivation, or the way to structure political, social identities and electoral identities, the way we manage the effects on talking about trust on the democratic decisions, etc. This is to say, from the perspective of the relationship of this category, this is disinformation, the communication, saturation, the way you want to call it, as well as integrity. There are plenty of dimensions, but mainly there are three nuclei, or three cores or ways or paths that we have to reflect about. One is the way the management of electoral processes is impacting, and therefore the way the responsibilities, how the responsibilities are managed by the electoral authorities, and the way the nature of the electoral fight is impacting, as I said, arenas, media, instrument, but equity, etc. of this electoral fight, and the way this is affecting the political parties that are interested in order to reach power. We can call it individual candidates, or the different parties. But also we have to take a look at audience and people. So we always talk about electoral authority to stakeholders and to contenders, and we hardly pay attention to audience or to people. We need to understand nature, or the nature of those impact, like this communicational density that is based on lies or truth, whatever you want to call it. It depends on the way we motivate ourselves, so the way we structure preferences, and the way we structure priorities and entities, and how these priorities and entities and motivations are stable, or are they just flew, or they are ever changing as time passes by. From this perspective, some key elements, and I am going to talk about what was mentioned earlier from different views. I believe the first thing we have to understand is that, in fact, regardless the fact that we are talking about in a positive way, that the access ways are being democratized, or that there is a high vulnerability for this information, what we have is a very saturated communication space. So we have a problem here of a volume. We have a problem, yes, of volume. It is a phenomenon that is out of the limits, that is out of the capacity of the capacity of management. So how can we manage, how can we administrate this high pollution in by understanding this as a saturation of messages, a saturation of narratives, or saturation of images. That saturation is also producing a not desired effect on the electoral processes. I can even use an expression, I don't know if it is the right one, to dilute or to weaken or to empty of certain consistency the democratic side. This is the political debate is not as good as before. It is becoming simplified, not only because of the coexisting number of messages, but because of the new formats that are bound or linked to images, videos, and social media that limit the size of the messages and the capacity to communicate those messages. The question here is how electoral authorities can inform on innovation in the voting process, for example, in 20 seconds. It is possible, yes, perhaps, but how they do it, or how a candidate, a presidential candidate, can explain a fiscal amendment in 1 minute if he or she is lucky enough to get enough engagement for people to remain there. This is not exclusive of social media. We were looking at this in the transitional context, in what it was called the video politics. Another key element that we must manage is the way we assume the coexistence of truthful information versus that information that has no truthfulness. So how can make difference where important efforts of digital education have happened to citizens or to strategic stakeholders in order to neutralize or to get rid of that contamination of fake news or that information that it is not truthful. So is reality and the truth actually matters now? The truth really matters? Is this important for citizens, or is this self-referential mechanism full of resonance that where we are only listening to those things that match with things that we think are the right ones? This is that ends up being more relevant when we are trying to define electoral additions or the lack of additions to certain candidates or to certain institutions or to certain values. If we look at this from a systemic point of view of the democratic system, there is a cartoon. I didn't include it, but it would have been very useful. There is a grandfather making use of the computer, and he calls the grandson, hey, come and help me because I'd like to share this information. And the grandson gets closer and then he says, but grandpa, that information, this is fake news. It is a lie. And then grandpa says, how come this is going to be fake news? Because it says and it reads exactly what I think. So I think there is a good question here. What type of consumption or what type of information we would like to consume as a societies? We would like to consume, the truth is important. This is an important question that we must ask ourselves, mainly in a context, and here I go to my third idea, where the use of alternative truths, and it was mentioned like this in a USA election, or the misuse of information has become in conscious politics. So it is the plurality of different visions or individual convictions or group convictions or general interest or individual interest, the way you want to call them. But also we must understand that during elections, this information has become in a conscious political strategy. Lies in politics is not a novelty. Whether this has been around since politics exists, so it is evident the idea of having a lie that becomes viral today reaches such levels that cannot be compared versus historical moments. A fourth key element that we must take into account is how or the way we generate national answers or responses to transnational phenomena. Well, the fact is that this phenomenon communication and this information has a transnational scope or multinational scope. and the response capacity that electoral authorities have in regular terms, talking about the integrity of electoral results, or to eradicate or to prevent fraud narratives as the ones that we've had in advance before the elections. It only has normative resources at a national level. The way we administrate a general problem of an international scope with national scope as well. And that's why the previous panelist was mentioning that we need certain governance, a coordinated governance, or a political agreement that it should be more relevant on how to deal with this type of situations. And then the way we manage or the way we administrate the relevant effects that this information has, or the communication saturation, or the coexistence of truthful information, trust on the trust of institutions according to the equality conditions in the electoral work that goes beyond the governance situation. So the governance itself of the electoral process, and governance in the broadest sense of those individuals who have the chance to exercise power. So here we're talking about this information in high polarized contexts, as we already heard in the United States or in Brazil. It is very efficient in order to win elections, but it is evident that this is giving us very important challenges. And we must state an hegemonic capacity with regards communication, as it happened in Salvador with President Bukele, regarding specific governability. A sixth key element is the way we design a system to manage those effects that information has on electoral political processes due to the multiplicity and diversity of stakeholders or individuals who are involved in this, who are used to administrate or to administrate parties or civil organizations or media that are already very well established societies or individuals, depending on the regulatory financial framework. Here we are entering a more plural, a more fragmented area, and even harder. Harder not only to identify, but to administrate. Here we have a problem. We have a problem of the communication saturation. Here also we have a hyperfragmentation of people involved in the communication flows that are presented or are participating in a direct or an indirect way in the electoral processes. And the seventh element, which I think is a key factor, is the way we assume or we administrate once again the need of having this balance in the search of regulatory frameworks, which allow us at least to decode some of the fundamental elements that the disinformation phenomena has on elections or electoral authorities with the development of efficient capacities. It is not enough if we have regulatory breakthroughs at an international level, but they must come with very robust international capacities. It could be an international or a national level. In this regard, to finish my presentation, I believe it is relevant to put some elements aside for the debate. But we can go back to the old debate that we had before when we were talking about the fiscalization of parties. We went for the regulation and control, or we go for the political responsibility of individuals. This is one question. I remember in previous events organized by the National Institute, maybe there is an electoral process, or how much regulation must be there for the political parties or in an electoral fight. This is a question that we must ask. First, is this complex phenomena of the communication saturation can be regulated? Can we regulate this from the national ambiances, or due to volume, the scope, and diversity and fragmentation, and plurality that it goes together with the communication phenomena in disinformation and its incidence in the electoral process. Is it better to go for political responsibility of people or the political responsibility of individuals? Do we go for self-regulation of parties in order to put them away from the temptation of the use of disinformation as a strategy? Or we go for the digital education for citizens, learn to differentiate when it is fake, when we are dealing with fake news or truthful information. Are we going for robust educational programs to generate voices or communication channels in which we can believe based on values, proper values of democracy to be spread out in addition of the communication space? So I believe this is a question. So we must understand how far we can go when talking about regulation and responsibility. Talking about the regulation side, it is the historic path that we have followed in the Latin American democracy, so the way we solve these democracy problems. The lesson that we have learned 40 years later of democracy, we understood that it was not enough having good regulations or good institutions. If authorities, they don't express the democratic values, the way we institute or establish democracy in this type of media, the way we generate democratic citizens, when we understand that there is not a democratic and no human being, not even Latin American people, but democracy is learned, and democracy is learned when exercising the political exercise that comes together to democracy. A second key element, are we going to the unilateral action or national coordination systems? I believe this is such a complex phenomena, and the idea of lack of coordination or the interaction or understanding frameworks between public authorities, political individuals, but also we must take into account agreements according to certain norms or standards to help us to administrate this communication flow and the impact on elections and in the political processes. That is essential. And here is fundamental incorporation or the participation of the individual. That I am speaking or including here related to the social media companies. A third key element, no doubt about it, what happens to the participation of companies or lack of participation, the media, the social media companies. And here, as previously was mentioned, there is a tension between that logic. This is the accrual and the public responsibility. Can we go to Meta, the public responsibility? Can we demand this public responsibility to TikTok? Can we demand this public responsibility to X? Must we do that for this, to do this to the transnational companies? If it is so, how can we send this public responsibility to those transnational companies in the regulatory framework at a national level? So we have some breakthroughs from this perspective of agreements between these companies and electoral authorities, at least to try to inactivate, unactivate certain processes. And we have gone ahead in certain experiences with regards political responsibility, like the Digital Ethical Pact in Panama. There are certain breakthroughs in these scopes, but we must say that it is a modest breakthrough. And then how can we manage, I don't know if this is a good word, this populist temptation. It is the idea that there must be a head in the influence and communication on politics, democracy, and elections. Because that idea, it is also including certain danger. It is the danger of thinking that there is an ideal individual who has the capacity to control and to state what it is truthful and what it is not. what information must circulate and which not. So we go back to the old debate of who controls the one who controls. So the answer and the idea that when we're facing these potential effects of disinformation, we must have very robust regulatory frameworks, very robust mechanisms, and very restrictive, because this may mean a certain danger. Talking about plurality and the source of information that today the citizens have access, and that this is going to help them to have certain participation if the citizen is ready and if the citizen has the instrument in a more important way, in a more solid way in the democratic exercise. This is what I wanted to share today, this morning. I hope this has been a complement of yesterday's debate. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to listen and to be part of, but I'm sure that we are going to have certain same ideas. Thank you. Thank you so much, Eduardo. This participation has been very enriching. And now we are going to go to give some answers to certain concerns from the audience. I think that we must prioritize the participation of those who are listening. And if we have some time left at the end, we are going to ask more questions. So I'm going to ask 2 questions, each one of you. Mr. Fernandez, could you go deeper in the new European regulation on disinformation? Do you think this model can be exported to Latin America? And also for Mr. Fernandez, as Fox News identifies itself in some Pan-American instances that promotes disinformation, is Fox participating in that? The second question is very easy to answer, but the answer is I don't know. I don't know enough. I am not lucky enough to have access to Latin American TV or its influence. But I believe that it is a very good example to talk about. Fox News is a very good example of things that can be made. One of the most efficient things is the struggle against misinformation in the United States against Fox News. It is to point out those who are the ones in charge of ads. Fox News or any TV chain, public chain, work based on publicity, on our advertisement or advertising. And I don't know, maybe we can mention the brand of this equipment, JUB. Maybe they are on the side of the information affecting the democracy chain. They are going to think it twice. Right now, we are looking at the number of advertisers are in Twitter, well, X, they are abandoning Twitter or X, I should say, because now the new regulations of the owner. And this is an example that we can follow if we agree on this. We can avoid that these vectors of information go so strong. Talking about the European regulation, I am not a follower of copy and paste of regulations. I think this must be adapted to the context or the reality of each region. But there are some elections that we can do something. First is the efficiency of regional regulations. When a regulation agreement at a regional level is reached, it is so much more complicated for the technology companies to do something, because they would be facing the fact of losing markets in countries, and it becomes more complicated, and it is more complicated to defend themselves against all the infrastructure that these companies have. Another thing that can be learned is the importance, as I said before, of using this data, these regulations of the Service Act. This is to oblige or to push huge technology companies to have access to data, to some series of researchers to share the data, internal data, not public data, like the way it becomes viral, etc. And I believe this is a very important lesson. And the last important lesson, we can talk about hours of this agreement, the good things, the bad things. Another important is
Another important thing is not thinking about a single law, but a legislative framework, including several acts, like the DSA, Digital Service Act, was passed in parallel with the Digital Markets Act, which is legislating trying to regulate the digital market, basically, but they are both supported in the European law for data protection, which is key. Then they cannot work alone. The new legislation on AI, which is being tested right now, during the final negotiating processes between the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council. Don't try to understand it. It is extremely complex, but they are once again using these three legislations as the basis, and they are all based on the Lisbon Treaty, which is the constitutional charter, so to speak, of the European Union. So it's not about a single act, a single law, but a whole legislative framework focusing on different aspects, and that can together be effective. And another question for Eduardo Núñez. Number one, how to address misinformation when governments themselves that should be in charge of protecting veracity are begin using smoke curtains? This is a question. This is not a position, but a question. And secondly, we understand that electoral campaigns are organized by both humans and machines in kind of a mixed way. So, Eduardo, what can you say about that? Yes, thank you. Well, first, this is one of the most relevant topics. We were talking about the multiplicity of subjects who are involved in creating communication contents, whether truthful or fake. And this, in some cases, pertains to governments, and this is an issue. This is an issue. Well, you know that Alberto was talking about the need of regulatory systems or regulatory systems as a whole, not single acts. Well, you also need frameworks for interinstitutional coordination, including different skills and capabilities of institutions to organize a systemic way of fighting misinformation. But what happens when one of these institutions is creating fake information streams? That is really hard to manage because, once again, it talks about public responsibility. And I know that these may seem something ethereal or symbolic, but we have to talk about public and political accountability to the center of the debate for democratic viability and sustainability. So in the last year, we've seen that it's not the anti-democratic agents who are attempting against democracy, but political subjects that have been playing with the rules of politics for years, who have acceded to power through democracy, through elections, and they are the ones that are attempting against democracy by concentration of power, by the dilution of the and counterweight systems, and by building narratives where they talk about the good and the bad ones to justify the concentration of power around the idea that the goodness of my project is above the plurality of views in society. And this is something that we are beginning to see. I don't remember if it was Fernando Calderon. He was for Chilean, saying that we had gone from the coup d'etat against for the coup from the state. And what we are seeing in Latin America shows that there are two fundamental features. One, emotional polarization and mass misinformation using different media, either conventional, like TV channels, radio stations, or social media, which are part of our times. Unfortunately, we don't have an answer. We can only be pending and try to use a robust breaks and counterweight system that at least has have institutions that can reveal those other systems that are coming from other parts and can make them visible. Thank you very much. Well, now we have a question from the audience. This is for both speakers. You are both talking about betting on the regularization or regulation, but does this effectively works against misinformation? And what is your proposal to face this misinformation from the electoral authorities? And let me go a little more in depth regarding what Alberto said. Alberto said, let's change the algorithm as a way to improve the situation. So fighting misinformation could be helped by changing the algorithm, but the algorithm can only be changed through regulation, or should we think or consider some other mechanisms to do so? Eduardo also mentioned something, and it's something that I had a question about, because you're talking about regulation. And Alberto talked about an automatic switch to switch off virality. But who will own that switch? Corporations, electoral authorities, to add another burden to electoral authorities so they can stop content or not? And number two, if we do so, how can we prevent damaging freedom of expression and other rights when using this switch? So these questions are for both speakers. So go ahead, Alberto. Yes, thank you. I don't know how I can address this in 3 minutes, or I'll try. How not to affect freedom of speech. We are not talking about eliminating content here, but preventing the algorithmic amplification. I mean this. Platforms have a business model, which means that we should spend as much as possible on that platform so they can get as much data as possible. So what I'm trying to say is not to use the same model for political or electoral information. When political electoral information is going viral, we should have an automatic switch that will stop it from going viral. Not eliminating the content because, well, there are assumptions, and I am not a lawyer here and I cannot explain it properly, but I know that there are 3 internationally accepted assumptions to affect freedom of speech, very well regulated, but outside of those 3 assumptions, any candidate can say whatever they want as long as it is not a crime of hate or something like that. So it's not attempting freedom of speech, but putting a stop to viralization. And this electoral algorithm I was talking about is about going in depth, but not just with things that are going viral, but all electoral and political information to give this information the kind of management that is complying with what big corporations have to comply with. That is international agreements to provide the necessary information to the citizens so that they can issue their vote. And this is in the ICCI, and it's nothing new. We're not asking them to do something new. As organizations that have undersigned all the United Nations agreements in business and human rights, etc., they are mandated to comply with all of this. I have a few seconds left. Regulation, does it work or doesn't it work? This is a big question. Of course, regulation works. What's not working is not regulating. So regulating works, but it works only if properly done. And for that, many things are necessary, like global agreements. I mean, by including other parts of society, not just the legislative, but civil society platforms, not that they should dominate the conversation, just include them when it comes to electoral and political party issues. Make the whole of society work in the design of these type of regulations, and then they could have an impact. But like I said, not one single regulation can do it all, but you can have more than one regulation, and you can invite companies to introduce certain measures. Let's call them soft regulations, not mandatory regulations, but softer ones, but they are undoubtedly effective. Eduardo, following this idea, what about the characteristics of this regulation? And number two, if you could please tell us the following. What is the type or the kind of citizen from whom the regulation should stem? Because when we talk about misinformation, we sometimes seem to be overestimating the citizens' capability to discern, to screen, to filter what works or not, and to screen this information. And we are running out of time, so if you could give us also some closing remarks. Thank you very much. Well, look, I agree with Alberto. Regulating works, of course, but we must understand something. Years ago, regarding electoral reforms and amendments to political financing, we had to understand that the law comes behind practices, and the phenomenon of informational streams and flows is so fluid, so fast, that we can hardly try to frame it within a regulatory framework. And I undoubtedly agree that we need a whole regulatory system focusing on the different dimensions of a phenomenon that is so complex as this. For years, I have been insisting in having regulatory systems that are based on general principles that can give us flexibility when it comes to rules and procedures. Let's say if we have a custom-made regulatory system for the patterns of communication streams and information and misinformation dynamics as they exist today, with the subjects involved that involves all the roles played by the different subjects, then that regulatory framework could possibly be facing that it can go out of date quickly, as we have seen in other fields. I think that we should be talking about agreements that are focused on general principles that allow us to then use institutional procedures, protocols, rules, and other instruments that can help attenuate the inherent distortions of misinformation. So I believe that we have to move forward with regulatory frameworks. I agree with Alberto. We need a system, a regulatory system, not a single act or law. But I also understand that we need institutional systems rather than unilateral action from electoral units, but also always working in a coordinated manner based on general principles that give you enough flexibility so that you can evolve and mutate following the phenomenon itself. And secondly, I am a firm believer in the need for regulation, control mechanisms, agreements among all the involved parties, because all of this is key to reduce the distortion caused by communication distortion and misinformation. But I also believe that we have to emphasize citizens' responsibility. We have seen a change of arena in politics going from one to another, and this is having an impact on political representation models. And this forces political representation institutions to change. But it also means that as citizens, we have to assume our responsibility, and we need political education. We need that education to give sustainability to democracy. And in the digital era, we must add another dimension to education that allows us to exercise our democratic values and practices using all the gains that we are getting from the decentralization of information sources, because this also gives rise to a plurality of voices. And what is more democratic than a plurality of voices and visions? However, we need criteria so that we can discern, making informed decisions when we are developing our electoral and political preferences, so that we can discern which information will be the basis for our decisions. Thank you very much, Eduardo. This is Eduardo Núñez, Director of the Office of the National Democrat Institute in Guatemala, and Alberto Fernández Gibaja, Head of the Digitalization and Democracy Program of IDEA Internacional. Before closing our panel, I would like to thank the Office of International Affairs of INE, Arlene Cabral, Rafael Villapalacio. Thank you very much for inviting me as moderator of this conference. Thank you very much. Now we'll take a break and we'll be back. Thank you very much. Please go back to your seat and remember to keep your mobile phones on mute.
Estamos a punto de dar inicio.
We are about to begin with the panel.
Solicitamos apoyo con el conteo regresivo para dar inicio. Gracias.
Ok, vamos en 5, 4, 3, 2.
En este momento de inicio del panel, la desinformación como
We now have the panel Misinformation as a Positioning Strategy, Discrediting Electoral Stakeholders. We give the floor to the board member Ukibe Espadas Ancona, who will moderate the panel. Thank you and be welcome to our panel. This is going to be a very interesting debate. We'll talk about misinformation and political actors. We have with us today, and let me check my notes. Thank you. I'm sorry I was not very clear about some references. Today we have Dr. Hugo Garcia Marin, professor of the Political Studies Center of the Political and Social Sciences School at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Please be welcome. Francisco Guerrero, Secretary for Strengthening of Democracy from the Organization of American States. Please be welcome. And Dr. Alejandra Tello, researcher of the Judiciary School of the Electoral Court of the Judiciary Power of the Federation. Thank you very much and be welcome. Misinformation as a strategy for positioning, discrediting electoral actors is undoubtedly a topic that has been growing in time. And today, that we have artificial intelligence growing, we are seeing new challenges for political actors, certainly for the electoral authority. But once again, it is not just a matter of arbitration for us, but for the contenders who could be object of misinformation. And as a society, we should be rethinking what mechanisms can we use to limit the effect of these processes. I will give the floor to the members of the panel. So, Dr. Garcia Marini, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here today. I would like to start by saying that misinformation, lies, slander are not new in this political arena. It is ever present. However, this has increased due to the speed of information and the new ways of communicating. And today, I am going to talk about the following. And I'm going to talk that or say that truth has been devalued and lies have been legitimized in the public arena and political. Laura Binet, in her novel, The Seventh Function of Language, rethinks a thorough reflection, which is very pertinent to our topic. According to Thoreau, rhetoric, that is, the set of rules referring to the art of speaking or writing for persuading, can only happen within a democracy, because the ability to convince others only matters when there is an audience that is willing to be convinced, that is, to persuade. Then it must be possible for the other person to accept that he or she can be persuaded. And that is the basis of democracy, dialoguing to reach a consensus. For example, I have today some colleagues and panel members, and I have an audience, and we could be talking and getting nowhere unless we are willing to understand each other, unless we are aware that our opinions may change or be enriched by listening to others. But according to Binet, Thoreau says that in authoritarian regimes, you don't need a convincing discourse, but one that is pleasant, exciting, and reaffirming to an audience already predisposed to listen. According to him, what matters is aesthetics, not rhetoric. And I'm going to give you a very clear example. In Mexico, there was a governor in the state of Puebla. In the early days of the revolution, there were many people who opposed him, Carlos René Tirado. But he said that they opposed him because he was following the revolutionary line. Every time he talked, he always talked about saying that the revolutionaries came like Juarez, Madero, and then him. He was a fallen revolutionary, and he ended up jailing all the people who opposed him. But then he was impeached, and this impeachment came from the government, and then he was taken out of office. So now this is something that shows us how clearly it is about reaffirming about aesthetics, using pretty words for people who are already willing to be convinced. But I want to say that all around the world, and not just in Mexico, political practices are undergoing authoritarian times because preparing arguments and the elements used to prepare those arguments and to support those arguments don't matter at all. What matters is reaffirming the perceptions people have, which we are losing our vocation of being able to be convinced. What I mean is that rhetoric is being lost. Rhetoric, not understood as demagoguery, but we are using reaffirmation based on aesthetics, according to what I already mentioned. In case a linguist comes to tell me or say something about what I'm saying, I'm basing all of this on sort of words. And what is happening? People who participate in public discourse in the group of electors are no longer made up by a sphere where people came together and started using speech and discourse. You may well remember the Federalist Papers talked about it, and what Habermas would say it was about the people discussing, and it was a very clear sphere. Now we have micro audiences, some a little bigger, some a little smaller, but these are made up by individuals, ideas, and topics with the only intention reaffirm an identity, and therefore are not really willing to hold a conversation with another party. And we can see this everywhere. And let me give you 3 examples to clarify my point. From banal examples to political examples, let's talk about soccer. Recently, there was some polemics about Junior from the Real Madrid soccer team, who's been the subject of hate discourse and racist speeches. So the Real Madrid is trying to start a campaign in favor of this player, and that can be positive. They try to do this at the stadium, and at the end of the day, those fans of the Real Madrid split into 2 teams, one who supported the player and the others who said, no, but the discourse is valid. And we're looking at this example, just the fans of a soccer team made up by micro audiences with completely different ideas that cannot dialogue, that cannot reach an understanding. And we see the same in politics. We have micro audiences that no longer try to convince the other, but reaffirm themselves through their words and through the representatives of the micro audiences. One recent clear example of this would be the Argentinian debates, where it's all seems that debate no longer moves perceptions, because now it is all about reaffirmation. The problem is that once we lose this, if I'm not willing to hear to others' opinions or reasoning is because I am convinced that I am the holder of truth, and anything external, if I am the holder of truth, anything external is suspicious and can be denied. And paradoxically, things that are validated and legitimized are the lies. Why? We have all heard that truth is revolutionary. Because when truth rises, it will impact order. For example, think about your daily life. Infidelity comes to light, reality becomes disarrayed. So the truth can invalidate the foundations even of certain ways of domination, and that's why truth is revolutionary. Hannah Arendt has an excellent text, and surprisingly, it is not quoted frequently, but in this text, she analyzes lies, and she said that lies have a certain usefulness in daily life and political life. And in that sense, it is justifiable, but it is not legitimate. It is truth that holds legitimacy. And when truth triumphs and things come to light, all those things that are based on lies tend to crumble down. Arendt is writing about this based on the Iran papers that were filtered and that would lead to the United States president to leave office. Nowadays, when we are trying to reaffirm what we think, what we are convinced of, leads not just to justify lies, but legitimizing lies. It doesn't matter if it has sound basis or not. It doesn't matter if there are sources for that lies or not. It doesn't matter if they are validated by facts or data. What matters is how phrases are put together to disqualify someone who is considered foreign to that micro audience. And that's for that reason that beyond how social media is organized and how fast information flows, we are legitimizing slander, lies, and misinformation. And this has had an impact because when it comes to politics, it's no longer necessary to prove your virtues to be able to represent the citizens. It is now about how to gain or lose public's affection, which used to be an honor, but that is what it is about what people think about us and the things that we value. When democratization started, it was inherited from republic who based governing on virtue with the idea that those who participated in politics, those who participated in public dialogue, wanted to demonstrate that they were virtuous enough to participate. That's why the opponent's intention is to disqualify, to eliminate that virtue. But now it is no longer necessary to say I am virtuous enough to represent one sector or other. Now I only care about soiling my opponent enough so that I can win. And this happens everywhere because lies have no ideology. Lies can be useful, can be justifiable for any political contender. They all try to use it in order to attain their objectives, thus creating a sad reality where public conversation is also affected by complicit silence and hypocrisy. Many contenders for public office or who participate in public dialogue feel scandalized when something happens to those they support, but they keep silent. They don't say anything when it happens to someone they sympathize with or not, whether they consider it fair or unfair. And therefore, what we see in the public sphere is no longer cordiality, it's no longer trying to support political, institutional, and conversational civility, but we are now validating the loss of agency or the loss of representation capacity of the other party. And therein we see that our political conversation and practice is become inevitably authoritarian, because authoritarian is not just being convinced, but arbitrarily imposing the will of some over the will of others. So arbitrarity means that you are imposing your will over the will of others without an assumption, a basis of an assumption that allows it. That means I will disqualify the other person, not using data and basis, but I'm going to disqualify the person only because this person is foreign to me. And in that sense, it is impossible to have democracy. As we can see, as it's been established by political theory, this is nothing new. This has been developing little by little. Democracy, modern democracy, was anteceded by a bourgeois reading audience who discussed texts, who talked and developed values. It would seem to me that during this age where information flows fast and we disqualify the other person, because little by little we configured audiences prone to demolishing all the pluralistic understanding principles of politics, and now they are only using as a basis the political differences with the others. But it is not just about saying things are all wrong, so now all we can do is to cry about it. Now I would like to invite you to think, what can we do? I mean, we're attending a forum with an electoral body that has the mission to set margins for political, electoral, institutional life. So my question is, what can we do in the face of all of the situation? And let me say something that may seem counterintuitive after everything I said, but I believe that we need to revalue truth's place, not understanding it as whether someone can have the absolute truth or not, but in the terms of Norberto Bobbio. Bobbio has an example I love. He says, there's no one single person who is completely healthy. What we have is a pretend or the intention to be healthy, not because we cannot be completely healthy. Shall we renounce having practices that can help us attain health? And the same happens with truth. In this era of the post-truth, we know that there is not an absolute truth, and I agree with that. But that doesn't mean that we should go to the other end and say we cannot intend to get as close as possible to truth. And the best way to access this possible desirable truth is by valuing facts, developing arguments, and understanding and accepting that we can be convinced that we may be wrong and in our search for truth. And this may sound counterintuitive, but I believe that institutionally we need strategies that go beyond prescription, because unfortunately, and especially in these times, when we are facing the scenario I talked about, believing that the only way of solving these issues by prescription, then we must remember that it has an involuntary negative impact, that is legitimacy, because when you cancel an opinion which could be really wrong, then things are legitimized, because by being incorrect, it means they are attacking my truth and its implications. And little by little, it generates a certain legitimacy that is no longer related to the discourse, but the imposition of one argument over the other. It doesn't mean that we should abandon an institution or abandon our intention to regulate, but that to find ways through which we can incentivize truth, and the best way of facing aesthetics and rhetoric is by constant arguing the validity and the importance of working to convince and be convinced. One last thing, I think that presently there is an urgency to build a better future, and means that at least on our side, we should contribute with writing text, and those of us from academia, contents by those who work in the media that can come out of the noise to give a new view to politics, arts, philosophy, literature, and allow to convince others and convince ourselves, because arguments and their basis matter. Freedom of speech is essential, and we must also invite to remember that conviction without the others will do nothing but support being arbitrary, and will mean imposing our truth over the truth of others. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. In order to go on with our presentations, now Professor Alejandra Tello is in charge. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Well, good afternoon, actually. For me, it is a real honor to be here with you at the National Electoral Institute to talk to you about a necessary topic for democracies all over the world, not only in Mexico's democracy. So I do deeply appreciate this invitation, and it is an honor to share this panel with Mr. Guerrero, with Mr. Espadas, and Dr. Garcia Marin. In addition of saying hello to the audience, thank you so much for your interest. And I am glad to be here today. I'd like to give you a gender perspective talking about this information. I prepare a presentation to visualize this topic, but I'd like to communicate basically today is that this information can obviously affect and damage female candidates versus male candidates. This doesn't mean that disinformation does not affect male candidates, but the disinformation strategies, the media situation goes different. So I think it is necessary to talk to you about a gender perspective. Let me find this. Okay, according to the information team from UNESCO, there are 4 types of electoral disinformation. The first one has to do with a fraud denounced when there are no systemic fraud. So people, well, the second type of electoral disinformation has to do with people that they are supposed to vote. The third one has to do with the process itself of voting, the voting process. And the fourth type of electoral disinformation has to do with fake statements or fake propaganda from candidates. So I am going to focus, since I was invited to talk about this false propaganda according to the political stakeholders. For some time now, let's say when Olympia Coralmelo set on the table the digital violence topic, we started to document cases. We started to observe a dynamic that was already happening. But since there are more women in politics, obviously, the incorporation of the parity principle in our constitution is there since 2014. We are observing of women, more participation of women. And as Morena Cruz, one of the politologists that has worked so much on the political situation in women, there are more potential spaces in order to damage women. Wait a minute. So we started to document cases, to observe cases, because stakeholders with no values are trying to damage women in social media, are using a strategy that is a very bad one, and has to do with gender. And I am going to talk about the sexual side. Well, let's remember that there is a difference between stereotypes, what it is expected from men and women with regards their sexuality, their ideas, traditional ideas and fake ideas, prejudices, historical prejudices, saying that the women shouldn't have active sexual life, and they shouldn't have many sexual couples, and everything that has to do with sexuality in women is seen as negative, but in men is the other way around. Culturally speaking, they are awarded, they are applauded because they have an active sexual life, etc. So these are historical prejudices that have been built along the human societies, and today we are trying to destroy this. The problem is that people who carry on campaigns are using these stereotypes not only to disinform. That is why I think it is important for us to look at it like this, because there is a line where disinformation can become political violence due to gender. So I am going to show you some examples to visualize this. So be patient, please. What we've been collecting in our documents is that this type of strategy makes no distinction in political parties. And even people or who are part of these political parties that are being harmed. So here we have a pre-candidate for the Caborca borough in Sonora, por Partido Movimiento Ciudadano. This is the name of the party. And there, a video of her is uploaded with a very erotic and a striptease type of video in order to damage her in the social media and to damage, obviously, all her work as a candidate. So let's look at a different case. Yeah, I was told that this was kind of slow, but please be patient. Here we are, a senator elected by Morena Party. You can see the way this information is managed. This is a scandal in this video. A Senate of the Republic, it is drunk, sitting in a very bad and compromised way. So this type of publications, the idea of this is to have this viral situation on the social media in order to hinder the effective exercise of the political and electoral rights. Here we have the case of Gabriela Olvera as well. She was a candidate as a federal representative by the PRI party. And this image that we are observing, she's just announcing that she's resigning to her candidacy. So I'd like you to see something. This is the devastating effects of this strategy in order to damage women in social media. And they are resigning, they are quitting to their candidates. In this case, Gabriel Olvera announced that he was going to resign because the dirty battle against her was not bearable anymore. So even they showed very private images of her to push her to resign. And this is not only happening here in Mexico, unfortunately, this is happening all over the world. I don't know if you remember Janine Áñez, who was an interim president of Argentina, and the idea was precisely to discredit her presence. So a video scandal was uploaded, but you can read the head of this. I'm sorry to for you because you're going to read this. This is a whole whore. This is a huge whore. I cannot read from here, but the strategy is very clear. This is to damage a woman because she is in charge of a political crisis that we may remember. We have another case, Maida Cresto. She was a candidate for the national representative in Argentina, and also sexual videos were uploaded in order to damage her. It is not only happening in Latin America or in Mexico. Unfortunately, this also happens in other countries. And we think sometimes that in other countries they have more consolidated democracy. Here is Katie Hill, who was a congresswoman of the Democratic Party in the United States with lots of leadership in the Congress. And then her mobile was hacked in order to damage her political career, uploading pictures of her, very compromising images, following these stereotypes. So she resigns today's political activity. So you can see the devastating effects when using these sexual stereotypes in order to damage women. Valeria Propopenko was a candidate of Odessa in Ukraine, in that municipality. They found a video. There is a technique that these people who are experts in damaging people that is called doxeo. What is doxeo? This is to find out, I mean, they get into your social media, they investigate your private life in order to damage people in the social media. Obviously, she also resigned because in Ukraine, in Odessa, it is a very conservative village. People couldn't stand that this type of women would be candidates for this political activity. And all this video that I showed you were fake videos, or they were looking for people who looked similar with the same features as the candidates. The idea is that today artificial intelligence is being used in seconds, in minutes. You can have people naked of those people who are politically active. Unfortunately, this has happened in Mexico. Here, Sofia Yunes resigned, and her pictures were misused in order to show these fake images with artificial intelligence. So she was damaged, and they are getting benefited in monetary terms in OnlyFans platform. So here we have Edurne Ochoa, who is a political and activist from the state of Puebla. She uploaded this erotic picture, and from that picture, she started to be attacked. And I'd like to say that she's a very important activist in Puebla. She's promoting the fact that an act must be passed in Puebla. This is the digital in order to avoid the trolls, like if it was an exercise of people who are attacking others. But when her idea is to exercise and to defend the electoral rights. Unfortunately, these type of situations are used as a state of the art because there are plenty of ways for women to go and to run to due to these violent acts. Unfortunately, there are just a few cases who reach the electoral justice, and we have these two cases that have reached the electoral authorities. We must say that candidates, women candidates, at least they have the special legal process in order to move away these contents from very cautious movements. And there is also the electoral legal or penal work, because the penal electoral in Mexico has not the same weight as the electoral judiciary. And unfortunately, these cases are still there with no solution. Here you have some files that we may recall the case of Laura Sansores. And it is a case that was solved by the specialized authorities, and a candidate for a federal representative. One public servant was in jail because it was found out that he was promoting pornography, no prostitution actually, in public buildings. And when they heard what he was really doing, he was working in a campaign in order to harm a candidate, saying that she was working in the sexual services. At least in the administrative electoral part, there are ways in order to sanction. I don't have enough time to show you all the data that I wanted to show you, but it is very relevant to see that, for example, in the national registry of sanctioned people today, we have 304 people who have been sanctioned due to gender. And if we explore the database, at least we can see 89 registers according to this type of behavior in order to hit and to harm women. I am going to jump some slides. Here we have this important research, this study made by the digital feminist organization MX. They had a monitoring during the electoral process in 2018, and you can see that 13 different ways in order to harm women were found. In yellow, you can see, for example, this credit that is the mostly used against women, against candidates. So I have to finish my conversation, my presentation. I believe I don't have time. Maybe in my next participation, I can tell you about empirical data that I wanted to show you, as well as some ideas about what we can do in order to tackle this unfortunate strategy of disinformation that as you very well know. You can see that all this is in a very fine line, crossing with the political violence against women due to gender. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Now I am asking Dr. Francisco Guerrero to start your participation. Thank you very much. Dear Ukup Kib, I am so glad to be here at home once again at the National Electoral Institute. I am honored to have next to two young analysts. I am glad to see that there are young people in this event, Hugo, Sergio Marin, and Mr. Tello. I am so glad to be here with you. I prepared a presentation very well organized according to my own words, but after all I have heard, I get the feeling that maybe it is more interesting if I can take just some elements of this participation and presentation and to recall some moments of what has happened in the latest years, in the recent years, to understand the size of the challenge that we are facing. So far from here, when I was the general counselor here at IFE, I remember that we had some talks about the truthfulness about the electoral parties. And if you read the Gazette of this board, I was very careful when regulating the speech of freedom. I was a counselor from 2008 to 2013. This is 10 years ago. But in those 10 years, I was able to observe, according to my experience as the democracy secretary of the Organization of American States, everything that has happened in the electoral processes that I have been part of. And I can tell you that from that a very full of freedom position with regards to freedom of speech, since then and so far, I have felt an evolution process. And I get the feeling that if we just remain as observers of what is happening, very soon we will be the witnesses of the destruction of democracy. And I am not alone in this reflection. I am sure that you have heard recently that a very important group of activists and intellectual people and even governments pointed out that artificial intelligence could represent the the major threat for the future of democracy beyond violence or the wars themselves. Francisco Guerrero, who 10 years ago, and Francisco Guerrero today, obviously I am older, but this doesn't mean that I am wiser, but I am older. And what I've been able to understand is that the manipulation of truth, what Hugo was talking about, obviously it is not something new. We are talking about disinformation at the National Electoral Institute in Mexico, which is one of the most prestigious electoral institutes of the region. And this is telling us that something is happening and that there is something that we can do and that we must do. First of all, because I get the feeling that we have this very romantic idea of citizens as people, and I am including myself as a citizen, that we reflect and we think, that we analyze, and then we make a very balanced electoral decision. This is to say, the rational voter that Osborne mentioned some years ago. So I wonder, the 2023, 2024, 2025 citizens have that profile, or are they more located on the fanatism side? And I am going to talk about fanatism because fanatism that belongs to religions, they build followers against all odds. They have a dogma and they have this dogma for themselves and they defend that dogma no matter what is in front of them. This philosophical dogma, I think it is very profound, but very serious, and in addition, very dramatic. Some days ago, I am sure you already heard about this, and I think it is the fifth or sixth politician in the history of the United States. All his peers group decided to get rid of Joey Santos, who is a politician in New York, I think from Brazil. You who are from Brazil, you can tell me. He lied. He lied in all his CV. Everything was invented. And the money of the campaign, he spent this in Botox, in boutiques. This is to say, the prototype of the false people, of all that is a farce. And then a very interesting debate happened in the representative chamber in a group of people saying that it didn't belong to the peers to define if he was going to be out of there because he was a fake or because he was a liar. And from the ethics of the Chamber of Representatives, they say that the United States didn't deserve a representative of such characteristics. At the end, this man was out, he was expelled of this place, and now he's going to face 20 penal processes, legal processes, because he was not only lying, but he was making fraud to people. My question is, how many politicians right now could hold or could follow a certain judgment on the truthfulness of their actions and the way they make use of public resources? Maybe if we put into practice this practice in an inter-American level, we surely notice that the quality of governance and the quality of people that we are choosing during elections, we think that everyone should be adapted to the 20th century, but democracy is not working like that. This is a personal challenge. How long would you make it without your mobile or your cellular? Let's say that right at the entrance, we take your mobile away. How long would you make it without a mobile? I can tell you that not so long, and not so long because we are now what I call digital junkies. We live and we are full of passion for everything that is happening in the social media. And then I wonder, do you think that marketeers or political parties or campaigns don't know how information is managed or that they don't know how to use it? Of course they do. they know, and that is why this is showing us the profile of governors that we have right now, as well as the quality of those governors. And we must reflect on this. How come the famous honeymoons that used to be longer in presidents, male or female presidents, are getting shorter? The answer is very simple. This is because we are buying fake candidates many times, fake governors, and people who are selling dreams or illusions. Is this new? Of course it is not. This is something that has been debated for many, many years in the mankind. So the question is, what can we do from the electoral bodies, from the international bodies, in order to help to solve this phenomenon? I am going to mention some data that perhaps are obvious, but it is necessary to get this back. The first thing that I want to mention is, what do we do with journalism? It is unbelievable that these digital fans believe or assume that anything that is posted in WhatsApp, in Facebook, in Twitter, in TikTok, just because it is posted, it is the truth. So what about the truthfulness rules that the journalism built maybe 2 centuries ago? It is very easy to say it, but you talk to journalists, and journalists, unfortunately, are dying. They are dying of hunger. Why? Because they are competing against bots farmers paid many times by trafficking due to the different interests and governments. So this formula that was mentioned in the previous presentation, where the manipulation of the truth and the way that this is false, it is not based from candidacy, but from governance. And the authoritarian governments are the main customers of this practice of exchange. So the first condition, an existential condition in order to win that battle against disinformation, is to support the genuine journalism. If the genuine journalism dies, so we are in the hands of bots, farms, and in the hands of digital strategies that have special offices in order to destroy. We were told about women cases, the sexual violence against women, but other issues that are also linked to this situations as well. During the electoral campaigns, we are living a different phenomena that is very harmful. Because debates are not important anymore. Have you noticed that the ones on the top are not participating in debates anymore? In the past, they didn't participate, but now we are where the strategy of the campaign, these people know that according to this strategy, they can take the candidate in such a place that he is going to win without debating. So this is killing the deliberating democracy, and we must find the way for this phenomena in order to make use of a relative truth be tackled with a political public measurements. And here we're entering a very complex process, because we can also say that for many political stakeholders are against their interest to regulate this, to discuss this, or to tackle the original phenomena of the information manipulation. I can see a trend, and I am full of enthusiasm of this from the European Union, the bodies of the European Union, and the Joe Biden himself, who introduced and presented a series of principles in order to face this phenomena of artificial intelligence and other discussions at a worldwide level. The question is, in Latin America, are we having that discussion? The answer is not yet. So we have to get ready to prepare ourselves to have this discussion, because the popularity of a politician or a candidate, it is not equivalent of the efficiency in the governance. And it is something that we are learning in slow motion, in a painful way, but it is necessary in order for us to tackle this. It is also important to say that the polarization, the political fanatism, the hate speech are always fueled by misinformation. And these are phenomena that are affecting the social side and governance, and they become more serious due to the influence of social media in every regard of the political life in nations. Today, in addition, the electoral bodies are tackling certain worldwide trend, and not only in Latin America. This is the feasible destruction of electoral bodies, because electoral bodies is the very last frontier in order to contend the disinformation strategies. And if you disqualify the person, the arbitrage, and if he is exposed, obviously, we are in this law of the jungle, and other interest will determine the way the votes are counted and the way this democratic process takes place. Every time that we have this discredit campaign, we must think about fascism.
And also authoritarianism, because both have always used misinformation campaigns. But now those who misinform have an advantage because they have this little device to which we are addicted and that can make news go viral, forcing us many times to verify more than once what's going on when we get information. Fortunately, those of us working in this field professionally and or that analyze democracy are lucky because international journalism companies are still verifying many mechanisms of misinformation, giving us a certain guarantee or certain some certainty, but it's becoming harder to use. So finally, let me put forward 3 or 4 ideas to address this issue, and I'm running out of time. But because first we have to go from management to deliberation with this multiplicity of actors. If we abandon the plural society model where all voices are valid, we'll find ourselves trapped in some sort of fanaticism, joining whatever cult we've chosen, not willing anymore to deliberate, and that means death for democracy. Two, we must build a new political communication model from the electoral organizations themselves, governments themselves, because this model is asphyxiating democracy. And finally, we must defend institutions still standing. We must defend the judiciary. We must defend electoral bodies. We must defend institutions that have allowed us to get to this point. I told Alberto, so this is no surprise at all, but Alberto says that misinformation is a sort of virus. Today's article, replicating what I said yesterday in the inauguration, I say misinformation is not a virus but a cancer. And for me, it's progressive cancer threatening to metastasize within the democratic body. We both may be right because the virus can kill you. The cancer will surely kill you. And I'm under the impression that this cancer of misinformation and lies requires a remediation, but that remediation is something we are still not ready for or have not brought forward to. In my opinion, technological acceleration has been brutal and we are still stunned. And though we recognize cancer is here, we still don't have the necessary and efficient mechanisms to combat it. And I cannot give you an answer in 15 minutes, but I'm right on time. Thank you very much.
Gracias, doctor.
Thank you.
Bueno, estamos ante un panorama y las exposiciones así lo exhiben claramente.
As we can clearly see from our members of the panel, we are facing something that is quite disturbing. If you could help me to set the time, because you don't want me getting the microphone and hugging the microphone for the rest of the time. So this is disturbing. For example, what Dr. Garcia Marin was saying regarding the legitimization from prescription, which is nothing new, but undoubtedly has new dimensions. I was reading about this, not debate, but a couple of poets from a neighborhood insulting each other, one saying, "You are so bad, your poems won't be read even if the Holy Inquisition prohibits them," which makes me wonder, to what extent should freedom of speech protect unused discourse? To what extent is freedom of speech protecting the right to offend others? Because when we talk about the birth of freedom of speech, it meant even offending or speaking against the church, which, but now if we look at many other issues like Salman Rushdie's case, we can see that our idea of freedom of speech is not a universal one. It is also very disturbing what Mr. just said, because this is an issue that has been debated and still has not been solved. It's been under debate since I was a boy, and it's how misinformation asymmetrically affects men and women. You presented us some examples where information is forged to attack women in politics, lead to something even more disturbing, because within that context, misinformation and information act differently. Let's think about two different politicians, no relation between them, one man, one woman, and it comes to light that they both have been unfaithful to their corresponding spouses, and it is true in both cases. Is there a difference in the symmetry of the impact? It would seem to me that it doesn't, because the severity of the attack should be related to the fact that it's misinformation and not just information. But when we look at what happens in depth, we cannot ignore that impact is always much more violent on the woman than on the man, even though in these both cases are the same. And I'll go 1 minute over before I go to the questions. Dr. Guerrero presented a scenario, a very real scenario. It feels like we're surrounded by desolation. So let's not think about misinformation as nothing more than epiphenomenon of information digitalization, but as an industry of misinformation oriented at gravitating politically in different directions, sequestering democratic, Republican debate. And is there a clear way out? And like you said, it's impossible to answer this question in such a short time. So these are things that I took from your presentations. Now I'm going to read the two questions I have here from the audience. I'm sorry, well, my eyesight is not one of the best things I have. So Ingredico is asking, Mestello, have you identified or documented cases of gender-based misinformation, aggression online against electoral officials? Ana Victoria asks as well, Mistello, Is there any practical measure that could be used to prevent using artificial intelligence to commit political violence against women in the short term? And this question doesn't have a name, but the question says, are there campaigns or strategies from the bodies focused on misinformation? I would think this is for Dr. Guerrero, but I'll make it an open question so that any of our panel members can answer. So I'll give you the word, Ms. Tello. Yes, and thank you very much for these questions. I don't have a clear example of a sexually based misinformation campaign against an electoral official or member of the board, which are the positions we have in Mexico. Unfortunately, there are many cases where electoral authorities have denounced the gender-based political violence. So I will take this back with me to do some research and see about electoral officials. Specific examples of campaigns and things that we can do. Well, we must remember we already have some legal mechanisms. We have advanced a lot in this issue. Remember that this gained visibility in 2014. Bolivian activists were the first to bring this issue to the table. They were the first to develop an act against political and digital violence against women. So in terms of time, Mexico has moved forward quite a lot. As of 2020, we have a law, but there are still many questions we should be asking. What we are doing to penalize and for reparation, public apologies, fines and penalizations are helping to put a stop to these behaviors. Well, I think we should still continue working on it, on preventing this violence and misinformation for its eradication. Cases usually are presented by the victims, but we need electoral authorities to give a message in which they totally reject any act of this kind against women for a media blow. So we must think about all the other actors that have a role in electoral issues, work permanently with the social media, holding them accountable, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, receive these complaints against hate speech and misinformation. But I believe that we need to make a very specific complaint against gender-based violence during electoral campaigns. Electoral authorities need to invest more money to put an end to stereotypes. There are many things that we can do, but in the long term, what is the answer? Put an end to gender-based stereotypes. If we stop the demand of such contents, think about it, because we have to put an end to that demand. And let me say something else. And this has to do with what the board member Guerrero said. We have a very romantic idea of democratic rationality. And recently, the Guadalajara Book Fair took place last week, and I went there and I bought this book by Chantal Mouffe called Political Passions. And Chantal Mouffe is a political philosopher that says or tells us to question that voters are rational. She talks about passions and emotions, alerting us of something. The far right, fascism, authoritarianism are very successful nowadays when we are social media junkies, because they are appealing to our emotions, appealing to our passions. So we have to start working at the level of electoral authorities and officials to foster conviction and the passion for the truth, for argumentation, for politics well understood. Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia Marin, thank you very much. I believe that misinformation is not the disease, but that the tool. And we are being sickened by an authoritarian culture, by an authoritarian personality that is rising. And we don't know what to do in the face of it. According to Latinobarometer, 35% of the Mexican population supports democracy when asked to choose. 33% support an authoritarian regime. That is because there's an increase in the perception of a lack of freedom of speech, and that is the opinion of 64% of the population. It means that there's something there that we are not seeing, and that is changing the idea that democracy works or serves for something. I perfectly understand this part about passions, but I believe that misinformation and all these other strategies that have been mentioned are based on an authoritarian culture, and we don't know how to address it. We don't know how to speak to those people who have lost the democratic conviction, embracing the authoritarian vocation, because therein lies the issue. Misinformation, social media, technological advances are here to stay. They will be there the whole time. But we have not understood that in less than 10 years, the world has completely changed, and that, as Dr. Tejo said, legislation and institutional mechanisms for its regulation are overwhelmed by the speed, by the way in which all these phenomena are acting. So if we could take this with us, please think about how to change that authoritarian culture. And this leads us to the concern expressed by the moderator, which is at the center of the debate. And it's not so much about democratic content, but the limits of freedom. Not for nothing, political campaigns are once again talking about freedom, allowing me to say whatever I want to say. And what are the limits? If I need to be told when not to say something, then what are the limits? So inevitably, we have to be working in education, yes, from the electoral bodies, but also bottom up, because the authoritarian culture is also at the bottom, and that is the one with which we cannot hold a dialogue. Thank you very much. Dr. Guerrero, I have one more question for you. And electoral authorities in the continent get together, forming a common front to promote an agreement with social media companies. Thank you very much. While the scenario I'm putting forward is one of desolation, because life is also one of desolation. Let me say that in the last 3 or 4 years, international discussion, and in the latest electoral officials meeting, Anuki was there at Ottawa, we can tell that electoral authorities are already aware that it is no longer acceptable to stay there just watching misinformation, destroying the democratic life. And INE is one of the electoral authorities with the highest burden because INE has already many responsibilities. We only care about preparing the ballots, counting the votes, getting financing. But aside from that, electoral bodies cannot allow campaigns aimed specifically at their destruction. It would be absurd to stay unmoving against a campaign that is trying to destroy the authorities, saying they're not doing anything. So what can we do? A lot of things. The second question asked about a dialogue between platforms and electoral authorities. It's a dialogue that it's ongoing. It's done by INE. It's been done in Brazil. It's been done in Colombia. Authorities have to react quickly before a phenomenon that is overwhelming there in many ways. And number two, I am convinced that the social communication offices of electoral bodies must have a higher budget and find a way of better working to counteract misinformation schemes. And because these schemes have have a double purpose, destroying institutions, because autocrats and populists feel better with no institutions, but on the other hand, finding a way of getting those actors that don't believe in democratic institutions. And these are brutal attacks, but to repel a brutal attack, you need to know the issue, be aware of the issue, and this has been growing in the last 3 years. And I'm not even touching artificial intelligence. I'm talking about misinformation campaigns, but artificial intelligence is something much more disruptive. And if I may, I'll go over my time for about 30 seconds. You remember that most countries' legislation has this figure, which is an electoral ban, which it's like a 1930s blending. What is it good for? Nothing. It's not good for anything. What will electoral authorities do in the middle of an electoral ban when you start getting deep fakes, messages, black trolling campaigns on unidentified, not issued by any political party? Exactly what we did. We will condemn, we'll say it is wrong, it shouldn't have happened, but its effect on voters is a brutal one. So what should we do? Perhaps, and well, these are more specific actions that could lead to amendments to the legislation, saying that the ban is completely useless during with the digital campaign. So what will people do during the ban? They become more active, especially when the elections are really tight and you have to convince undecided voters in the last days. And brutal scandal creating a video where a person appears to be talking, saying, or do you think that gives veracity criteria for revision among citizens? A citizen that was not undecided will say, okay, this is the last thing I needed, the nail on the coffin, that's it. And this is happening all over the continent, and electoral authorities are really concerned. So as you can see, these forums like this are more like collective psychotherapy. It helps because, I mean, you save the money of the therapist, but just going home thinking about all the things that have been said, and let me congratulate the INE for organizing this event. It's going to be very useful for the whole region. So go home, think about this, and let me tell you, keep on fighting. I don't want to become a fanatic. I want to be a citizen, and to remain a citizen, I need truthful information. Truth matters, no matter how undervalued it is, no matter how useless we believe it is. I still believe that at the end of the day, truth is important, and we must defend that truth. Thank you. To conclude, I will ask each panel member to give some brief closing remarks about that topic of our panel. Ms. Tello, please. I agree with Mr. Guerrero. Forums like this are, yes, collective therapy. And we need that. We need to build that. And I would like to say that to destroy gender stereotypes, which was the topic of my participation, we need to strengthen, as Dr. Garcia Marin said, we have to strengthen public education, but I believe that we have to break up with the idea that using only arguments, by being only rational, we can create political care. We have to romanticize, we have to feel excited once again for democracy and fight from a position of passion. Freud and Spinoza and others have started talking about it, and modernity and the illustration broke up the myth of emotions. And this is one idea I wanted to bring to the table, and hopefully we can talk about it. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm happy we have events like this to discuss these issues. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia Marin. Yes, thank you. I left one idea about, that I did not close, about incentivizing. So maybe we can invite to following the following examples. They may not be very well prepared, but we could find a scheme to favor political forces that facilitate truthful information, maybe by establishing a marker for unfounded attacks against candidates, to establish or to give some penalties, or finding a way of incentivizing political forces to not only stop thinking that they don't have to jump the barriers and find something, but that they can to help them understand that in the search of truth, they can find things that are positive and worth to them. So maybe that could help. Thank you very much.
Doctor Guerrero, por favor. Muchas gracias,
Dr. Guerrero, thank you very much. I would like to put forward an idea, and I believe it's the most immediate remedy against misinformation. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but recover support of professional journalism. Journalism is the only tool we know that can bring forward pirates, populists, and liars, because the journalists can bring the truth to the table. And there are tools to make truth viral. Those who are telling lies and organizing these campaigns may be publicly exposed through journalism. I know this is a difficult bet, very costly, but I also know that there's a lot of media that still do it, and I still believe that journalism is part of the remedy that we have against this virus, this cancer, this strategy that is misinformation. Thank you very much.
Bien, concluimos de esa manera este panel.
So this was our panel. I want to thank the participation of our experts and your attendance, whether in person at INE or remotely via our webpage and media. Hopefully, this has given us a little ray of hope, but undoubtedly, we have a lot of critical material that we can analyze to help us understand the moment we are living. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, member of the board, Keep Espada Ancona, and members of the panel. We will have a break and we'll be back at 2:30 to continue with our program today. Thank you very much.
Ahora, no sé si quieres mirando algo. No. Acá. Aquí está. Dime. ¿Qué tal, Ronald? Buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchas bien? Yo no te escucho. Espérate para ver, Reinaldo, y quitándolo de los auriculares. Un momentito. Me quedo por acá y ya te digo.
El altavoz es para escuchar, el micrófono es para hablar. Pero si no lo está escuchando, esto no está funcionando. Tenemos que quitarlo y probar.
No, pero es que esto no lo tenía.
Quitémosle esto.
¿Me escucha? No.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sí, ya se escucha.
¿Me escucha?
Sí,
Perdón,
ya
¿se
se escucha.
escucha al doctor Chacón?
Sí se escucha.
¿Me escucha perfectamente? Sí.
No, es que están, sí, ajá, sí, como tal, no lo dejé de web services.
Perdón, creo que el problema soy yo. Es mi problema. Voy a cambiar un momentito. Listo, ya estamos por iniciar. ¿Sí se escucha? Muchas gracias. Perdón. No, sí te escuchamos bien, Ronald. El problema soy yo. ¿Me escucha? Ya ahorita se están Rafael, ¿me escucha? La consejera Humphrey, el doctor Luis Mario Rodríguez, ¿me escuchas? Y la doctora Callizo. ¿Me escuchas? Es que
Sí se escucha. ¿Usted nos escucha?
Rafael, ¿me escuchas? No te escucho, pero soy yo el del problema. Ya me dijeron que sí te escuchas. 1, 2, 3, probando. 1, 2,
¿Usted nos
3.
escucha?
A todas y a todos les solicitamos poner sus teléfonos celulares en modo de silencio Estamos a punto de iniciar.
Perdóneme.
Ok. ¿Me dan conteo?
Ok, Ronald.
No me escuchas absolutamente nada, Rafa.
Ya.
Azul.
Vamos. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon. Right now, we are starting our panel, the Equity in the Political Contest, the inspection facing the new form of political promotion. And the moderator is the National Electoral Institute Councillor Carla Humphrey. You have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be in this second summit, Electoral Democracy Summit, and we are going to learn plenty of topics, current topics in the electoral process that we are living from September the 7th at a federal level, and in some federal entities it's about to get started, and others in the month of January. But everything is important for our country due to the magnitude of the electoral process. For the first time, there will be elections in every federal entity, and we are going to participate in the presidential elections with preventive elections. And in addition, there will be over 20,000 popular elections at stake. This means that citizens, the voters registry grew by 8 million or a little bit more versus the last elections we had for the presidents of the republic. So we have an important event, and there is no doubt that we have very transcendental topics with new technologies in the digital era, fake news, digital age, and how to face different challenges that we have today in this electoral context, and how from outside, this is to say from other countries, we are seeing and we can enrich our landscape according to the challenges that we have. So yes, in this digital age, we must make use of social media and to find out how to integrate the idea of candidates and political parties and citizenship get informed, and they are facing the social media topics. This morning we had a TikTok talk. This is a content platform. It is not to interact with people, but this is also representing such a challenge in order to safeguard these spaces where certain illegal facts can be made, or the misuse of this digital media on the digital side, and this can help us to deal with several topics. And in order to start with this forum, we have plenty of ideas on how artificial intelligence can help us and the challenges that we have with regards the campaigns inspection and to face the new ways of making politics. And as political authorities, we are facing new challenges to get to know who is paying for a campaign, who is in charge of a campaign, or who would like to violate the equity of this electoral contest due to the use of social media and the way we can use them in order to get informed and to disinform, and how as electoral authorities we should act. So it is the responsibility of citizens, of electoral authorities and political parties and candidates. And perhaps we have to take all of the digital citizen education into practice, where every citizen must find out the resources they are getting in order to get informed and to have the contrast of this information and to know what to share in the social media. And according to the Mexico situation in other countries, and of course, social media, at least in this context, previous to the electoral process, now that we are in the pre-campaigns, can help us to polarize the political ambience. So we must know the political campaigns that we would like to have and the way we are going to get informed. So we are increasingly using the technologies in the electoral processes. And in order to talk about this important topic, this is equity in the political contest, in the use of these platforms and the inspection facing this new way of promoting the political whole actors or participants in the use of the social media platforms. We have two experts here with us that we would like to listen to in order to learn and to listen to all these necessary elements in this international summit. So first of all, I am introducing, I'm going to follow the order of the agenda. Luis Mario Rodriguez, who is the Secretary General of the Dr. Macias Delgado University from El Salvador. And we are going to have this dynamic. Each panelist will have the floor, and then we will have some minutes for reflection and a final round in order to listen to your conclusions of your participants or your panelists. So we are going to about the synthesis, well, the biography of our participants, of our panelists. You already know it. You have it in your materials. This is in order to save some time, so it is better to listen to them. So I'd like to give the floor to Mario Rodriguez. Thank you very much, Councillor. I do appreciate this invitation from the National Electoral Institute and the rest of the international bodies supporting online. My greetings to my panelists, partners. This is a topic that in this continent is generating plenty of polemic. And Secretary Guerrero in this morning was able to improvise, so I am going to follow my words. Otherwise, I am going to end up talking about different things, talking about El Salvador. And since we are political scientists, it is an important phenomenon. So in order to avoid for me to wander in other phrases, I'd like to follow my 10 points that I already organized. You are used to talk about only 5 topics made by Adal Ramones, that famous comedian. So I am going to include those 5 in addition of that, those 5 that he used to do. I am going to answer to 3 questions that organizers sent me. First of all, is if the regulation in the use of social media it is changing that freedom of speech. We've been talking about this so much. So freedom of speech is regulated by digital platforms. They are the ones telling us what to do and the extension in which we have to do it and the content. So all these platforms are being regulated by instances. Another question is how can electoral authorities can tally in the promotion of the political promotion in internet. And electoral bodies have the capacity to monitor all the users of social media. This is an English answer. The answer is no, but we will find out what to do. Number 1, data are not showing an exponential growth of users in internet and social media. In 1992, 16 million people all around the world were using internet during the pandemic times. In 2020, this went up by 4,000 million people. In 2023, we are 5,200 users of internet. On the other hand, in 2020, in the year of the pandemic, this number of people around the world were using the social media. This is equivalent of half the world population. Facebook by itself reported 2,700 users, and YouTube 1,800,000 people, and now X 330 million. It is true that Instagram is very strong now. Facebook is still the favorite social media worldwide. In 2023, it had over 2,000 million users. WhatsApp had over 2 million billion users. In fact, we are 498 billion users, and in 2028, it is planned to have 3,000 billion users. In 2022, the average use of social media is talking about 151 minutes per day per person. This means that there is a huge opportunity in order to the misinformation penetrates in each one of us. Number two, internet or social media have become in the new public square. Alcanea Mons, in his thesis, talks about social media as the space by excellence in order to exchange ideas and in order to post ideas and thoughts. The problem here is that huge platforms control internet. They filter whatever is said, it is shared, and it is posted in the new public square. So we have forgotten the promise of free internet with no brokers, with no intermediates, where we could generate our contents and to share them with no limits at all. Point number three, the new custodies of the freedom of speech in internet, they are being the rebels against all the human rights. Facebook has a governance system of content that circulates in such social media. Every day, they review 2,000 million pieces of content. This is self-regulated as follows. First, by the proper standards of the company, where it is determined the content that can be seen and the one that can remain there or the one that is removed. This is decided by the company. There is a global team of almost 30,000 individuals in charge of moderating the content with 10 offices all over the world. And this is also represents some certain feedback through academicians and experts on the matter. And lastly, the artificial intelligence together with Facebook, automatically they can remove in a preventive way that content that it is considered as problematic. Facebook has some consultant service. This is to say that the company every day and at every moment making decisions according to what the users can express or not. Number four, the system can fail because this is following contents that are pushing people to hate, even though they review that million of notes, those millions of notes in the social media. It is that in addition that they must be denounced, so everything remains online till they decide if the content is authorized or not. This is allowing users to watch that post and share it. When Facebook, for example, decides to eliminate, perhaps the damage is already done. Another situation that we can remember, it is the terrorist attack in two temples in 2019 with two dead people. The Facebook showed a manifesto explaining the reasons why, and it was broadcasted live, and it was seen in 4,000 times, 30 minutes before the event was finished. In that same situation, the court in New Zealand condemned 12 months in jail for to a person who spread out this video of this attempt. So here we have certain debate if the platform must regulate this type of situation or if it is a penal right that at the end must regulate this type of situations. Number five, the governance of platforms must live together with the state regulation. This is when we are trying to safeguard the speech of freedom, the international right and human rights, or the rules of huge platforms that right now are ruling the content that can be seen or not. We must point out that freedom of speech of individuals that is regulated in a parallel way from both the state according to the 20th century model. The universal statement is included. This is San Jose Pact and the European Pact, where it is pointed out clearly this is absolute freedom of speech, with the exception of some cases that must be stipulated legally speaking. But right now, that freedom of speech is regulated by the same rules and norms of platforms. In the case of social media and the freedom of speech, this debate has been concentrated on those possibilities to apply the international regulation of human rights on freedom of speech. The special rapporteur from the United Nations has said to those platforms that basically they can include in their self-regulation the whole jurisprudence, existing jurisprudence coming from the international courts. However, there are situations that are in conflict with all this. For example, the situation of the absolute prohibition that it is prohibiting the First Amendment in the United States that can be a problem in the freedom of speech. In this last regard, the social media went back to the Supreme Court in the United States some months ago. Judges maintain the exception of the responsibility of platforms according to what users post. In the states of Texas and Florida have prohibited these rules, saying that they were imposing censorship to the users. However, companies think exactly the opposite. This is the Florida and Texas regulations that limit the rights to moderate contents are violating the First Amendment because they don't have the right to decide what to post in the platform. So this is the debate we are taking into account and going through in the Supreme Court in the United States. Number 6, only one freedom of speech, or a special one for the social media and a different one for the traditional media. Right now, it is stated a new and relevant question about the limits of the speech of expression. Limits vary when messages are spread out in the social media. In other words, a message has the same limits and it is sent via X platform of if it is sent in written press. Summarizing, the freedom of speech is minor or less when this message is posted in social media. So we are told that once we reach this situation, we must get to know what are the classical limits of the freedom of speech in order to include these distinctive facts in the social media. The Human Rights European Court are opening its doors to the freedom of speech when they can foresee that the exercise of this freedom can be submitted to certain conditions or restrictions or sanctions that are given by law according to the necessary measurements according to the democratic society, like to prevent and to protect the national security, the public safety, the prevention of crime, and also moral and health, and also people's right. So these limits are also that can also be applied according to what is posted in the social media. Number 7, all these out of control of regulations are the method of inspection justify the self-regulation of huge platforms. And here I would like to mention some examples. First of all, Argentina that signed a digital and ethical pact. Or in other countries, this has happened, and in the rest of the world. This is a very good practice, but this is stopping from coordinated in the platforms, these type of authorities or these civil organizations, civil society organizations in this type of pact. There are other cases in where basically the regulation cannot be used for or cannot be operated. In Chile, for example, CERPEL stated that interactions in social media that are not including payment for its distribution are not considered as electoral propaganda in order to safeguard the speech of expression, as well as everything that is inherent in the in platforms. So in Chile, it is something important. This is to say what it is posted in the social media should be out of the, or might be out of the inspection. Guatemala, in addition of the campaign expenses applicable to those parties, the electoral authority didn't sign any limit to the campaign expenses for the paid publicity online. And in Philippines, they have at least 2 problems. One is that there is a lack of media literacy. This is to say, people believe practically all that disinformation. And here we are talking about a country that, according to the Digital Global Report of 2023, has the largest number, or one of the countries with the largest number of users of social media. This is 84.4 million people in Philippines, and 72% of population are active users of social media. Number 8, the action plan of UNESCO in order to face that problem of disinformation and the hate speech online. This is offering certain guidelines for the debate in order to have specific solutions of inspection. The publication of action plan from UNESCO was made together with a survey from Ipsos in 16 countries where elections will take place in 2024. This survey is showing that 85% of citizens are concerned due to the impact of disinformation online. In a moment when social media have become the main source of information for most of them. 87% of citizens believe that this disinformation has had an important impact in the political life of their countries, and 88% of interviewer, the people who were interviewed are expecting to have a solution of this problem. Number 9, instead of regulation, the best inspection plan could be from the electoral authorities. This is to say, to train electoral officials and population on the misinformation effect. In 2023 and in the portal check framework, 6 keynotes conferences took place in order to diminish the situation in Latin America. And this is supported with UNESCO has reached 18 countries. These conversations are offering an integral analysis of the nature of this information, how this is it is spread out, as well as the responsible authors of this. We have explored fake news results that take place during the electoral times. In these classes, we have concluded that always and in advance of this inspection must be communicated. The strategy of communication of electoral bodies are fundamental, and budget of the communication device must be robust. They must provide quality information to improve this electoral competence in order to work on time against all those fake news, and this must be made together with journalism. And lastly, number 10, I am going to take an extra time. Electoral authorities must assume this challenge of generating information in advance in order to counteract in these questionable situations in order to favor the electoral process. What I would like to highlight to finish in this last point is the possibility to carry out an electoral process with responsibility from the perspective of communication itself. The electoral authorities cannot tally all the political situation in internet, or at least not in an efficient way. They don't have the capacity either to monitor every user of social media, because we're talking about millions. The electoral bodies, on the other hand, they have huge information, useful information for the media and citizens. For the information not to compete with elections, the electoral bodies must pay attention to this and must be available to produce relevant and on-time information, but also to be the main source of information and consultation facing the situations of harming the citizens. All the electoral bodies have good communication that, in general terms, inform every stage or every phase of the process. Nowadays, their role must be reinforced in developing mechanisms of specific answers for the consultations they receive, which is some kind of passive consultation, or to face those situations where the participation is needed in order to get rid of confusion or fake facts. This is the case of the active information. So I stop it here, and then we can develop another topic, which is the trust in electoral authorities. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your participation. And now we are giving the floor to Maria del Pinar Callizo, who is a member and counselor of the Suspended Election Court from the School of Lawyers, Federation of Lawyers. It is a complicated timing now, but we are going to try to give you some enthusiasm. Thank you so much for the invitation to the National Electoral Institute, and also a special greetings to the attendees, female and male attendees, and I appreciate my panelist partners. The truth is that I do appreciate, and I say thanks to Luis for introducing this way the challenge we had with regard to the name and the title of our presentation. This has to do with equity and those ways in order to carry out this inspection during the electoral process. He made it from a theoretical, practical manner, but to me, I took equity from a different perspective on how we start to work in that political context and those who participate in this. Obviously, it is a huge challenge that has to do with the new practices during the electoral process. But the main question here that I asked myself when I learned how to face this topic was this. Political women, and I am talking about this from the position that I had as a candidate of the Senate in my country. So are we really in this same equity? Are we having the same conditions in order to compete in that situation that we are right now, not only due to the lack of acknowledgement of rights, but also with this new challenge? This is how women present us as candidates in order to work and to make politics. Briefly, I'd like to talk about this position on how this concern is in me. Paraguay is a country where women, in 1961, we have the right to vote. This means so much because behind all of this, it is a whole discrimination and permanent discrimination culture that it is not taking into account the women at all. And therefore, we have decided to go from the private ambience to go to the public ambience, to the public area, and to work here in the public ambience, mainly on politics, and to compete in the decision making, asking and requesting this equity of conditions in order to do so. Therefore, I'd like to tell you that so far, we haven't been able to have this equity law, no matter the efforts that have been made since 2003, that we are presented before the Congress to the parliamentary debate. And unfortunately, so far, we haven't been able to have this political equity law. The political violence for women who were in the parliament in my country and who is not reaching yet 20% of this parliamentary presentation, even though when the electoral law is stated as minimum 20%. This is telling us with no doubt the impossibility of having those minimal concessions of equity required in order to compete in this equity of conditions or conditions equity. And when we are talking about from these new technical measurements that have to do with the virtual side, and it is not possible to do so due to the high costs that as women must go on according to contenders, male contenders. So I am going to start with using this data that I have given to you. And we do not have this 20% representation in the parliament. And we we still have certain acts or laws like the violence or political law. We don't have that in our country. So I am going to talk to you about from this perspective. This is to say how this is happening. I don't know. Can you help me, please, to go to the next slide?
Ahí está. Sí. Bueno, la falta de regulación en redes sociales.
So there is a lack of regulation in the social media that puts democracy in danger. This is a report published by a virtual company called Latitude 25 for the elections last April 2023 in Paraguay.
¿Y por qué decimos que volvió para atrás? Me parece mejor que pasen ustedes si pueden.
I think it's better if you would please help me with the presentation so we can move forward.
¿Y por qué decimos que atenta contra
So
la
why do we
democracia?
say that this is an attempt against democracy?
Porque hubo un proceso electoral
Not
de
only
mucha
because the whole electoral process in Paraguay was full of disagreements regarding the use of the ballot machine, but also
la competencia fue absolutamente
because
desigual.
competition was completely
Fíjense que el gasto
unequal.
de campaña
Campaign expenses for
solamente del
advertising
partido de
of
gobierno
the party, the ruling party or the red party
fue el que duplicó inclusive
was
todo lo que invirtieron
double
los partidos
the
de la
total
oposición.
expense of
O
all
sea que la
opposing
desigualdad
parties.
en la competencia con el gasto en campaña
Inequality
fue absolutamente
was
extraordinaria.
absolutely
Eso trae
extraordinary.
consigo una situación de desconfianza no solamente
This
en el control
leads to
que se hizo
trust,
en cuanto
not just
la
regarding
inversión
how
que se aplicó en lo que significaban las
investment
redes
control
sociales, sino
on
que
social
también
media
en el dinero
was executed, and also regarding control of all the monies that go to financing campaigns.
algo que en países en donde el crimen
In
organizado
countries
y
where organized
el
crime,
narcotráfico y la
drug
narcopolítica
trafficking, and
tienen
narco
una
politics
significación muy especial
are
cuando
especially
ya no
significant
se necesita pagar las
when you no
campañas
longer
para que
need to
otros
pay a
representen
campaign
a esos
for others, for other
círculos
parties to represent
del crimen organizado,
organized
sino que son
crime,
los propios actores
but the actors
los que
themselves
conforman las instituciones
are
del Estado.
those making up state
Las campañas
institutions.
electorales están reguladas por
Electoral
leyes nacionales,
campaigns are
están reguladas
legislated,
y
they are regulated, and
la
unfortunately,
aplicación en cuanto a erradicar y
enforcement
sancionar los
to
delitos
eradicate and to
electorales
sanction electoral
es letra
crimes
muerta y no se cumple.
are dead and
Ante
not
el
enforced.
avasallamiento y fuerte posicionamiento de las redes sociales en la difusión de información,
Faced with the control and the strong positioning of social media in spreading information, it's in many cases fake,
según especialistas,
and therefore it is necessary for the state to execute certain actions in order to control several aspects. According to some specialists, the lack of regulations is putting democracy at risk. It may sound like simple, like not important, but today more than ever, internet platforms may have a very important role. They can even endanger the weak democracy as it exists today.
la propaganda en redes
According to research, propaganda through social network exists according to TEDx. 47.4% of all voters received information about the use of electronic voting ballot machines through the social media. This says a lot about how little information is given by the electoral institution itself to publicize the mechanism that would be used by voters, because electronic ballot machines are new in my country. They are just being implemented. Therefore, the new challenge for politicians was to get followers in TikTok. This TikTok, the media for videos, challenges, and dancing, is undoubtedly the most popular among teenagers and youth. And many politicians around the world and South America decided to raise sympathizers using this platform in order to increase their popularity. A person's resume doesn't matter. It doesn't matter their educational background or if they are an honorable person or not, because we've even had candidates to parliament who got to the parliament even after they had been tried for minor abuse, for prostitution, and we also have candidates to Congress, and we already have senators and representatives who have gone to trial for all of these crimes because they used TikTok, because they were using TikTok to run their candidacy and raise followers. And Paraguay is no exception to the situation we see in most Latin American countries and the rest of the world. And in here, we made an analysis of the region and also the language politicians need to use if they want to become trending. The viralization of TikTok videos and the increase of its popularity in the Z generation is no news anymore. There are studies that support the trend and confirm that youth rather search using TikTok and Instagram rather than Google. And in order to stay up to date and reach all the wider audience, politicians in the region, and Paraguay is no exception, used campaigns where they appear to be humble, but also closer to people living in vulnerability. And now many of them are already generating TikTok content. For instance, in Argentina, some political figures like the Buenos Aires Mayor Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, former Representative Patricia Bullrich, or the controversial Representative Javier Milei, have the highest number of TikTok views according to the journal Clarín. In Brazil, researchers Victor Chagas and Luisa de Melo Stefano from Vidos Lab, a research and innovation project developed by the Federal Fluminense University, UFF, collected data regarding the presence of public authorities and other politicians on TikTok. This study was based on 23,139 videos posted by 264 politicians between October 2018 and March 2022. This report also made a qualitative analysis of the profile of 4 political personalities with high interaction levels in this platform, 2 from the left and 2 from the right. The former Representative Manuela Dávila from the Communist Party, and the Federal Representative Carlos Saratini, and the Federal Representative Francisco Everardo Oliveira, better known as Tiririca, son of President Jair Bolsonaro, Renan Bolsonaro. I'll go a little bit over time. I still have some slides to go. Specialist in communication, Maria Laura Garcia, analyzed the Digital News Report 2023 by Reuters, stating that only 22% of the surveyed receive their information from news websites or media apps and much rather get their news from social media. According to this report, audiences, especially young people, say or claim to pay more attention to celebrities, influencers, and social media personalities and journalists, which was one of the topics mentioned in the prior panel. And this trend can be especially seen in social media like TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, and Instagram. And globally, interest for the news is decreasing every year, Argentina and Paraguay not being an exception. Less than half of the surveyed say to be quite interested in the news, compared with 63% who had stated to be interested in news contents, according to the same report, but for the year 2017. And also programs are no longer interested in the elections. The three algorithms of Javier Milei digital machinery ended in a probable anomaly. Their network content lost a persuasion capacity in the last elections. The algorithmic gunpowder of libertarians seems to have become wet several weeks before general elections and reached what is identified as probable anomaly, which is when a socio-technical system reaches its limits of efficacy. It starts to work erratically, not giving the results it used to ensure. So we could say that Milei's TikTok communication machine may keep posting content consistently, but persuasion will evaporate into thin air. It doesn't matter what the content is. What used to bring together is now divisive. A socio-digital machinery efficiently thought powerful for a context when managed by a bunch of young community managers. Once a situation changes, AI that used to connect will now destroy the ephemeral community of interests. Trump 2016. President thanks to social media. Using internet and social media, especially Twitter and Facebook, has been signaled as one of the factors contributing to Donald Trump's win in 2016 elections in the United States. After reviewing this, we might conclude that social media were important during the elections, amplifying their power of influence compared to prior elections in 2008 and 2012, when Obama already made extensive use of them, and that Trump was ahead of Clinton by using them to mobilize priority audiences, to demotivating his rivals' followers and launching messages. So this analysis regarding the use of social media is a great example for the following reasons. And I will remind you that I am a university professor candidate to Senate. When I saw which kind of networks I had to use for my candidacy, I was told, if you want success, use TikTok. And you have to dance and joke as much as you want, being as natural as possible, and no matter where you are, down the street, joke around. And content and my platform, what will I do once I am at the Senate? What will I do for my country? What have I done for my country? What can I give us a testimonial about my life when I'm going to be working for public policies? It doesn't matter. They told me, no, it doesn't matter. Of course, I did not hire that person, and I'm still at the university because if I have a TikTok and dancing around, I might not have one. I would not be able to feel comfortable if I had done that. So that's what I came to say. What are we doing? And yes, it's true. Today's young people and future young people might not want a university professor in parliament. So let us analyze how far can we go, where the limits are, especially when we consider the quality of our democracies and what can we do for democracies to stay here so that we can still have a democracy. And finally, let me say that the topic for debate that Luis presented is one I would love to address. Credibility of institutions in charge of regulating, ordering, and deciding what to do to have equality during electoral campaign so that we can compete all on a level field. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, María del Pilar
Thank you,
Callizo.
María del Pilar
Muy
Callizo.
importantes reflexiones. Creo que
These were very
en la ronda
important
podemos
reflections
abordar
on a
estos temas. Ya no
round
se
we could
nos
discuss this
preguntas. Si
topic. We
tienen
already have
alguna pregunta,
some
les estamos dando
questions.
papelitos
Any
para que
questions,
nos hagan
you
llegar aquí con
will
nuestros
get
panelistas
some cards so you can
responder estas
write down
preguntas. Y
questions.
ahora quiero darle
And
un saludo a
now
todos y además saludar a Ronald
I want
Chacón, jefe
to
de
greet Ronald
fiscalización del
Chacon,
Tribunal Superior
head
de
of
Elecciones de
surveillance
Costa
of the
Rica,
higher
quien
electoral
nos acompaña
court in
de
Costa
manera
Rica,
virtual.
who's joining us remotely.
Hola, Ronald.
Hello,
Gracias por
Ronald, and
acompañarnos
thank you
y
very
te
much for
dejamos
joining
los
us.
hablados.
The floor is yours.
Un cordial saludo a todos los asistentes.
Let me greet all the attendants to this Summit of Democracy. And I want to thank the National Electoral Institute and Luis Mario and Maria del Pilar for your interesting presentations during this very interesting panel. I would like to start my brief participation by thanking all the people that make these type of events possible, where we can discuss topics that are not just relevant, but essential when facing the myriad of challenges brought forward in these new times. During my presentation, I would like to express some general thoughts well known by everyone, but that remain relevant, and it is necessary to refresh them. And I'm talking about different characteristics prevailing in different countries of our beloved Latin American region. As our dear Delia Ferreira said, regulating political financing is a challenge with no single answer, but one that must adapt to the very specific circumstances of every country. This can be clearly seen in the different regulatory realities that can be observed in Latin America. I'm not trying to give an exhaustive list, but I can tell that there are different forms of financing for political organizations, starting with exclusive public financing to mixed financing models, which is the most common model we find in the different countries' regulations. And when we compare financing models, we can find variations. Like, for example, in some cases, public financing is happening as post-electoral reimbursement, as it happens in Costa Rica. But there are other places where financing is quite generous. According to some other legislations, public financing is foreseen, but in reality, this never comes true, which means that in practice, everything depends mainly on private financing with all its consequences, except from some spaces for indirect financing. Now, in practice, until very recently, surveillance of resources showed us campaigns that were focused on political promotion, so through the use of traditional communication media. Surveillance and its usual mechanisms of implementation adapted to a universe that could be audited, and while it had demanding challenges that still today demand channeling an important percentage of resources focused on other items that used to be usual, or so to speak, under common domain of surveillance units, also due to the traditional models used. That means that they were consistent with the challenges of surveillance that are well known and are generally accepted. They used interviews, requested information, they made cross checks of information, they had control on TV advertising or radio advertising or meetings or billboards, and what I will define as a surveillable universe that was tangible. This type of surveillance of political promotion, which I'm not demerits at all, was of a scope closer to sufficient, and it helps to bring equality during political campaigns to a higher or lesser degree, in spite of the technological increase that began years ago. And when I talk equality, let me clarify a few things. As OAS has said, we see equality as a system of equal political finance, trying to ensure equal conditions for exercising the right of voting and being voted through the use of campaign resources. We cannot discuss that when it comes to surveillance and equality. We have been overwhelmed in an accelerated manner by a new way of political promotion, which makes us think that surveillance that we use should be rethought or repowered so that it can still facilitate good results for control. And allow me to emphasize on the following, which for me is a point of reflection. We must acknowledge that our cognitive capacity, which is formed through many learnings, mental processes, creativity, anticipation, empathy, and intuition, are astonishingly imitated or emulated, if we could say so, through algorithms and an immense amount of data processed at amazing speeds that can only be overcome by even better algorithms than predecessors using technologies with higher processing capacity. This is a reality that is disturbing, concerning, and it's also challenging. Traditional models and paradigms that we have learned and put into practice for years seem to have not such a long road towards reinvention, bringing new and more challenging scenarios. Consequently, some concepts, some fundamental principles should expand, if I may use the word, the semantics borders so their application can be adapted to the new times. Nowadays, we are not only in a scenario of overexposure as electoral bodies, overexposed to information that is not always truthful as voters, that is humanly impossible to process, and any political organization and other stakeholders now have a possibility to use new digital media to bring forward their office or attacking to any degree the offer from other parties. And so faced with artificial intelligence and digital platforms, it's becoming progressively harder to accredit information that is truthful from the perspective of surveillance, and surveillance units are compelled to do their work in a universe that is expanding, but that in practice have limited real capabilities to respond to seriously challenging situations posed by mega technologies. This regarding to the identification of the origin of resources used for the different ways of political promotion that are not always very well used. But the things that even more complicated when we think about how behind regulatory frameworks are and legal provisions, which is obligating us to face new battle fronts and surveillance, trying to attain equitable and transparent elections. Now, let me tell you about the Costa Rican experience. Within our possibilities, we have been trying to manage the social media boom in the latest elections, but not always with the best possible tools. Aware of this reality, our electoral body proposed following lines to identify and follow up social media posts. We undoubtedly are awaiting an announcement from Meta announces an additional tool that will help us to in the following municipal elections in order to determine where financing is coming from. However, current trends are looking at the unequal combat of misinformation online, coordinated behaviors, fake news, and related content, all of which have a definite impact on electoral equality and the effectiveness of surveillance of all that comes with it. The Costa Rican Electoral Authority during 2018 elections decided to foster awareness campaigns to foster citizen responsibility. And for example, we opened a course for responsible digital citizenship. The authority shared information using digital media and social media, made candidate information available to help informed votes, among other initiatives that were equally important. All of this forced us to reinforce different links with key institutions in our political fabric, like Internal Revenue Service, Social Security, national banking institutions, institutions specialized in drug trafficking and money laundering, media, to protect the electoral process, among others. But this effort did not release us from investing over $100,000 in something that Meta, when giving a report of adversary forces, calls an inauthentic coordinated action via over 200,000 fake accounts in Facebook, 80 pages, 2 groups, and 20 Instagram accounts apparently dedicated to praising certain political initiatives while misinforming about their hardest competitors. Due to transparency, I should say that had we not had the alert, in this case, in the recent Costa Rican reality, that technical surveillance body would not have had on its own any chances of knowing about this, probably not even by far of what was going on. And even today, we are not aware, even after making many efforts to get name and other data from specific financiers involved in those economic movements, and that responsible mega technological corporation did not give us a single thing that would allow us to establish an investigation or surveillance path. Undoubtedly, this should make us think about the responsibility of mega technological corporations when it comes to transparency and respect for electoral bodies. And here we are bumping against some limitations and barriers, which undoubtedly will be familiar to you, maybe not to everyone, but practically to everyone who are here today with among all the electoral authorities present in this summit. Either the obstacle or the impossibility of obtaining information regarding accounts involved, names, payments, and other indications which are precise enough to give us certainty about the people that are financing from the backstage this kind of disaccreditation campaigns. Of course, such actions are completely outside the regulatory framework.
Talking about this context, equity starts to erode in a different way. Hand in hand, that inspection thought in the traditional version or with the traditional media definitely is losing efficiency and efficacy. Therefore, I wonder, this reality is overflown. And in this case, the technological side, and in this specific situation, is putting us behind, is leaving us behind. And the regulation must transcend the political divisions country to country in order to think at a Latin American level in one block or in only one block, that together with this can have together with the mega technological, the economic weight, demographic weight, and technical weight in order to state those mechanisms. If I can say, I can quote Don Kevin Casasamora, who is present here, to that contention of that damage coming from the opacity and inequity that are made due to the abuse of the new ways of political promotion. This is a huge challenge. There is no doubt that it is a huge challenge. And the electoral body in Costa Rica and cannot escape, not even any other electoral body. So I'm finishing participation here, and I have more questions than answers, that is for sure. But just like all of you, I am convinced of keeping on building together the best possibilities to have a robust equity in the political or electoral contest, regardless the way of the electoral promotion. That is the challenge depending on the times we are living in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ronald Chacon, for your participation. We already have some questions. We've had very important reflections. So we need to know who should regulate human rights and who is regulating the social media, or if there are any international or national regulation of social media. It seems this is happening according to some comments, Dr. Rodriguez. According to the different logs that can be posted, for how long can be there, how can this be, or how can complaints must be made. So the question is, how can the violent content of social media be removed? And what is the role of electoral authorities in order to anticipate, in order to fight against fake news? But obviously, the fake news in social media is one of the most important topics. How agile people are to spread out this news, and in order to deny those fake news is so much more important. So this topic is very important, mainly how electoral authorities must have this information in advance in order to anticipate this information in the social media themselves. Also, Maria del Pilar is talking about those challenges as candidates, and if you are going to participate or not in social media in order to go on with the candidacy according to what women used to compete, because obviously the situation is not the same for women as for men, and we are looking at this in historical discrimination situations. I know that there is non-equity law. It is incorporated since 2014 in our constitution. And even though every agreement, every moment, we must be very careful in order not to have certain lag in this situation. So every day we must make decisions. This is taking care in these developments, and obviously the use of social media together with political violence. So we've had alliances with Meta, this TikTok meeting, in order to have to cover fronts, or at least to try to do that, to talk about the political violence and the complaints that are shown or are presented is due to the posting, the post information in any social media, and the role of electoral authorities. It is true that the National Electoral Institute has some guidelines. As what Ronald said, we must reach those financial sources who are paying for this, who the users are. And specifically Meta, there are some social media who would like to participate more, and there are others who participate less. But Meta puts together Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook. They are collaborating. Meta is collaborating with this type of collaboration in this digital video collection of videos in order to use this politics regard due to gender. But we need to have this inspection. Who paid for this publicity, or how the payment was made? Credit card, how this was. So Ronald, we need the coordination of all authorities in order to reach more relevant topics like money laundering in electoral campaigns or crypto coins. So maybe it is a GAFI regulation type, this financial group, with regards to these crypto coins, and perhaps we can go beyond countries. It is not a national regulation, but following international standards. This is for money laundering and terrorism financing. And the way we have to start to think of this social media, because social media in general terms is very hard, as Ronald said, to access information and to find out how to reach users, who the users are, who are working in this electoral framework, and not only resources, but terms, pre-campaign processes, the ones that we've had in Mexico, influencers in this electoral prohibition favoring certain political party, different type of challenges that we have. But it is important what Pilar mentioned. This is to say the type of content that we want in social media, or what democratic quality we want to have, and how frequently we must get to know what candidates are proposing on the public side for this electoral popular position. So there are plenty of relevant dilemmas. I am going to start to read the questions that I have for Dr. Rodriguez. Is there a type of sanction because a digital pact was not complied? This is from the parties. For panelists and for me, well, this is for the panelists. Taking into account the challenge of the inspection time in Mexico, and we have very short terms to do the inspection, how come the electoral authorities would have the capacity of monitoring? And due to the lack of on-time response by Google and even other authorities, how can this is going to impact in the political context equity? Mario Carranza from INE and from the judicial power. This is a question to María del Pilar. Is there a regulation in Paraguay on political violence against women? Another open question to the whole panel. What type of regulation do you propose for social media? And also, if you consider if electoral bodies can use social media in our favor, as many candidates do. Lastly, Carlos Alvarado, in general terms, how can we combat misinformation or disinformation when this is a power of the state that, according to the Constitution, has no limits? If you allow me, we are going to follow the same order according to what the presentation started. So, Luis Mario Rodriguez, please help us to answer some of these questions from those who are online and in social media. Thank you, Councillor. Sanction because of not complying the digital pact. First of all, there is none. If we talk from the judiciary point of view, what it really matters is how the citizens judge voters. This is the ones that do not comply with those rules agreed from the electoral parties and the platforms. But the other side of the story is that the literacy, the digital literacy that different societies may have, if there is no this type of digital literacy, if there is no a sophisticated citizen, as Urne Uriarte, a Spanish politologist, this is to say, if there is no citizen who gets to know or who is interested in what the politics said in order to give certain value to this citizen will hardly judge later to the one that it is following the rules according to the digital agreements. Nevertheless, it is convenient that different countries and authorities signed this type of pacts or agreements to promote among political parties this attitude and this behavior of not generating misinformation, not to create this disinformation. And this digital side must include some clauses, something to limit these type of activities, mainly the ones against women. And according to this behavior, there are thousands of complaints with 300 digital attacks. Some parties like said this. There is this complaint on this electoral topic, and the digital pacts can clearly include somehow the self-regulation. And here it can be a complement. This is a type of sanction not only from the voter, the informed voter, maybe that is a consequence because he or she voted for that party that violated this agreement. But there is a huge debate happening right now because I have a question that has to do with the regulation type for social media. This debate has to do with the common sense to every violation that can take place in social media. This is to say, I try to regulate as less as possible in order not to alter all this situation, but then I go to the common right. If not, maybe a candidate had certain defamation, certain slander, or everything that can happen related to the honor and the privacy of people, intimacy of people, privacy. We heard the case of that person that has this viral situation of these attacks in New Zealand, and he was condemned to certain months in jail because, according to the judge, the fact of having this viral news, what happened is that hate was spread out and racism as well. So there was the use of common rights, instead of the regulation imposed by the state. There is no doubt that regarding regulation, and I can mention this according to what the General Secretary mentioned, we must sit down in our region in order to debate. We cannot limit the speech, the freedom of speech, but we cannot close our eyes. We cannot be blind before a behavior that right now is decreasing the peace and democracy. And therefore, I'd like to say that what Maria del Pilar said before, this is generating a TikTokization of politics. This is to say, what we are doing is taking politics from the arenas that we used to have in the past to another public square is represented by social media. And there must be some restriction and certain regulation in the speech of freedom. And lastly, we must use the social media or to favor the electoral authorities. This is a very advantageous situation for electoral authorities. Councillor was already talking about this. This is to go in advance with this UNESCO initiative. This is to clearly verify each one of the stages of the process in order to educate citizenship, in order to get to know how this candidacy is being part of this, how this tally can happen. So they must know all this. Please, Maria del Pilar. I have to go with what my partners panelists have mentioned regarding education, not only in the use of these technologies, where the electorate must understand the manipulation that takes place with information or disinformation that is being deployed. And also, I'd like to say that this prohibition that was used in order to get some balance, because no candidate, male or female candidate, could make any action for the benefit of her own. That prohibition may take 60 days or during the election times. Practically, this doesn't exist in social media. Or I should say, yes, it doesn't exist in social media. In media, for example, in the press, obviously, this cannot happen. This cannot take 30 days in advance. But through social media, it must go all the way to the election day. So there is no control that is valid. In addition, I should say that several candidates, male and female candidates, posted different things, like vote for that list. They were posting this on TikTok, showing hands or showing different movements. And what they were communicating on the election day was what the voter has to do. So obviously, there's such a lack of capacity of the regulating body in order to control all this. In addition, the Electoral Court Director had certain consultations. This is to say, how could they control the use of money this is in the media authorization, and he answered back that that was impossible. That they were trying, not only Paraguay, but in other countries, to find regulations to transcend the national level. Like this is what we are talking here, speaking here right now. There was another question, if in Paraguay exists this law against the political violence in women. So I want to say that there has been 3 attempts, and those 3 women who were really courageous enough in order to stop it, and their violence on them was unacceptable. The complaints that are made in the jurisdictional level, everything depends on these authorities. It depends on the mayor or mayoress is interested in going on with this cause as quickly as possible. And I also would like to tell you that in the parliament in Uruguay, right now, there are 3 women. I can even mention them. And they are the ones who are showing, who are taking the flag in order to vindicate the women's rights and the respect that they must have as persons, not only as women. But everything that has to do with those processes that have to do with institutional behavior and democratic behavior of the state of Paraguay. So here I am talking about 3 women, unlike the male representation, and they are courageous enough, they are courageous enough in order to face everything that is happening through that vote in the absolute majority in the parliament and the president of the person who is the president of the republic. I am telling you all this for you to know that women's representation is taking force in order to strengthen all those muscles, in order to maintain those democratic principles and values which were so hard for us to access in Paraguay, as you very well know. I'm talking about those crimes, the electoral crimes that have to do with political money or money used in Paraguay. There is financing, the mixed financing system. This is public and private financing. There is a limit for donations, for electoral campaigns on the private sector. Unfortunately, this control is very low due to the lack of training that this control body has in order to control those funds. So this is a huge lack that we have, taking into account that the organized crime has no frontiers. And organized crime locates in the parliament and in the decision-making process of our states. They take the right people for that to go on and to keep on having the system that they want to have in our countries and in our democracies, to be in the hands of the destructive damage that is represented in our countries. So it is a call that I am making here regarding that money that cannot be controlled. And today we have no mechanisms in the region in order to be brave enough to say, like this, we can find the right resources, no matter the efforts that have been made so far. Thank you so much. Ronald Chacon, please. Thank you so much, Mrs. Electoral Counselor. Thank you. Well, according to what they were talking about, the technological company impact, I think this is a very important question. It is important to point out that we will hardly find out in the reports of parties or political bodies data telling us that a political body or a group is investing in this information. It may sound obvious that this is a situation that will always generate this inequity because some can be behind the scenes, as I said earlier, working on this, making an important investment that will always be invisible. And according to their competencies, this will be the electoral body will be in charge of allocating all these capacities according to what we have mentioned, according to the mega technological companies and the possibility to be accurate about the figures and numbers that are being invested. And here is not about propaganda, but the disinformation that is feeding attacks against the electoral body itself. So I putting together this with another question. I think Don Mario talks about with such good criteria, as well as the electoral counselor. This is about the institutional bodies in the electoral bodies will have a proactive attitude, anticipating, as Mrs. Counselor said, this is to give that message before it is given in a distorted way by those who are interested in misinformed, when we are not only here talking about to favor one political flag, but generate collateral damages in order not to count the damages. And obviously here we are before a situation where inequity, yes, in fact, is seen. It is violated. So the type of regulation for social media, in my humble criteria, and according to what European countries show, this is to be part of transparency. Yes, in fact, I believe that some countries, and here I am talking about Central American countries, where they have a reducing number of inhabitants. This is small villages. They are not in a privileged situation in order to talk about these situations like Mexico, Brazil, or Argentina. I believe this situation, since it is affecting us as a region, this must have somehow to assess those possibilities of agreements of cooperation, but also they should state to the mega technological companies requirements as blocks of countries. On the other hand, there was another topic that was mentioned. This is the voter. Let's have a parenthesis here. Maybe the misinformed or disinformed voter is going against, obviously, the one that is informed, the one who can reason what it is, the real information, that it is there on the front line. And then we will have the corresponding contrast, and then the democracy will let us know how for whom to vote. This is the comments that I have in this matter. Thank you so much, Ronald Chacon. Well, we have important challenges. The truth is that it's very enriching to listen to you from the panelists. Obviously, there is plenty to do. There is plenty left to do in the electoral campaigns with electoral authorities. But I believe that one of the important premises one is to generate these strategic alliances with companies, with platforms, social media platforms and companies, according to what we have reached with her, is to have access to information, to certain digital information, in order to understand why we need this quick information. Because if we're talking about violence against women, a post must be eliminated immediately. So this has worked out, but we haven't been in touch with all of them. And those are the ones that generate more violence and polarization. Secondly, I believe that digital education is very important, also from the citizens' side. What we read, where we get this information from, the information we need as electoral authorities, we must anticipate this work in order to get information. Something that Pilar said, and I think is very important, is that political parties must be the responsible ones of those candidates that they are helping. So based on the work that they have carried out, because yes, we came across with some countries that shouldn't be candidates, or we don't have access to that information because they are popular people in social media and not because of the work they have carried out. So as citizens, we must know that what that candidate has made, what were the resources that he or she used in order to be there. So in each country, actually. So here we are two ways. So as electoral authority, we are responsible to have every channel open with transparency. And we have a platform that is Conoce, where all the candidates are there. The resume is there, and also if they have that certainty in order to deny fake news, for example, and all these contacts that we have with citizens via social media. This is very important for the National Electoral Institute, because this is the place for every citizen, as well as in other countries, and it has been mentioned here. But also the political parties are responsible. This is to say, who they are supporting in order to have this, in order to be candidates. And I think it is more important than ever, this type of work, because the amount of information that we have access, not only the traditional media, and I think we have to get started to know how to segment, how to find better information, and how to find this information. This is what people proposed, what they want to do. What about the political career? What about the platforms and government plans? And we must follow our criteria, because this is included here. So I deeply appreciate the fact that the panelists were here in this afternoon in the National Electoral Institute. And from this National Electoral Institute, we really appreciate your presence here with the bodies and organizations that helped us to go on with this electoral summit. And tomorrow we have another interesting program in this summit. So personally, I hope I can meet you here at the National Electoral Institute, as well as in social media. Thank you. to everyone. Thank you, Humphrey, Councillor Humphrey. Thank you so much for the participants. The National Electoral Institute is grateful for the attendees and the panelists in this second day of the Electoral Democracy Summit and those who have followed the live broadcast. Tomorrow will be around at 9:30 with the panel of electoral authorities, disinformation, and have an excellent evening.
Muchas gracias a todos. Que tengan buena tarde.
Hasta luego, buena tarde.